Welcome. How's it going? Oh my god, there she is. Okay, she's back. Welcome to the stream. Hello, welcome. How's it going? We're back. Finally. Fix the camera. Hello. We're gonna play some video game. Happy New Year. We gotta play some Gnome Ranger. We gotta play it. There it is. We gotta play it. We gotta go back to playing Gnome Ranger. Welcome everybody. I'm excited. I'm excited. I can't wait. Hello, Tricados. Hello, Dana. Hello, 8-Bit Tomato. Welcome. Hello, Nabjack. Don't let pen cash. Hello, Foamed. Hello, Alana the Gaming Cat. Bifraction. Hello. Headwound Yoda. Hello. Rat Clown Car. Hello. Who else is here? Pocket Raptors. Hello. Sam Hine. Hello. Terror Fan. Hello. Barbaroskaya. Hello. Lillian Bunderland. Grim the Wanderer. Welcome, everybody. Took a little bit of an extended hiatus over the holiday, a little bit longer than anticipated, but we're back, ready for more game. I'm excited. Oh. Gnome Ranger. We played this, what, about a week ago? Played this for a couple hours about a week ago. We read the 45-page novella and then played some Gnome Ranger for a few hours. I made almost zero progress into the game. Because it turns out this game's hard. If you're unfamiliar, Gnome Ranger is a text adventure. You can kind of see a couple screenshots of what the gameplay looks like. Text adventure. Type words, do things, static images change to depict the scene that you are looking at. We're playing as this lovely character Ingrid here. Just gazing upon her visage gives me great strength and power. It's so beautiful. Look at her. We play as Ingrid. She's a gnome. We've been teleported to the mystical forests of somewhere or another, and we're just kind of wandering around. Oh, what's this rat clown car? Open. What? Is that a poster? It's what? I'm gonna save that. Thank you. Very important. Thank you. Cool. Maybe that's like from the sequel. It's from the front of their sales flyer from 1988. Oh, good stuff. I love it. Oh, hey Mule, welcome. Duckenmeyer, welcome. Yeah, we're playing as Ingrid. Basically, the game begins and we're just in the middle of the forest. There's very little motivation for our character. No clear goals at the outset. We're just kind of in a forest. And yeah, I didn't really do much, so let's dive back in. We just gotta play the game. We gotta get back into it. Game. There it is. I got. Do I have all the windows open? How do I do this? Atari ST. Papier Corb. So running this on an Atari ST emulator. It helps if I open the right disc. Gnome. Game. I don't know why it's in German. Like, I honestly don't. Whatever. I have a UK TOS, but it's in German. Who cares? It's all good. Oh, look, Ingrid's down there. I forgot I put Ingrid down there. Gnome Ranger from level 9. Designed Pete Austin, program Mike Austin, versions Nick Austin, John Jones Steele, original pictures Godfrey Dosen, gnomic translation by Pete McBride. Welcome to Gnome Ranger, copyright 1987. Game based on Ingrid Bottomlow's reports of her adventures in the wilderness. As you join her, Ingrid has just been teleported far from Nettlefield by a faulty scroll. That's literally the extent of the of the story and the motivations and our goals. Like, the thing that tripped me up last time playing this is that I just didn't know what to do. And I just kind of fumbled around aimlessly, not accomplishing much of anything. So you'll notice we are beside a sturdy little shop. We have a save game, so we're going to load that. How do I do that? Restore? Oh, gotta start a timer. I gotta relearn how to stream. Restore. Really restore? Yes. A funny little troll appeared from under a rock and stopped Ingrid. Oh, copy protection. This is going to be a very slow-paced, casual, relaxing little journey here through the forests. Page 24, line 9, word 6. Oh, goodness gracious. Remember this? Do you guys remember the story? The novella? Page 24. Line 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Word 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Something. You have to do this every time we load game. Something. Goodbye, troll. Insert save disk. Press a key. Our final save game was titled Good. Insert game disk. Alright. Let me pull up my map here. Goodness gracious. I've got windows everywhere. So here's the map of the game world as it stands. It's a very small, self-contained area. You start here outside the shop. Seemingly our goal is to travel north to the witch's cottage and defeat the witch. Again, the only way we learn about our goal to defeat the witch is by traveling up here and getting killed by her. And then in the death text, the game says, oh, too bad you didn't stop her, now she's ruling the world, or something like that. So that's like a very strange framing device for how we learn about what we're supposed to be doing. But there's a witch up here, we gotta stop her. Presumably to do so, we have to explore the lands here, this little grid of rooms, and recruit helpers. And then use those helpers as a team to somehow sabotage and destroy the witch. I believe it's going to come down to stealing her wand and defeating it. In this very dense network of areas, we have a forest up here, which we've already found and recruited a little nymph from the forest. There's a marsh here, swamp, marsh, quagmire, mire, fen, morass, bog, slough, whatever you want to call it. Picked up a couple items in here that I haven't used for anything. There's a waterfall down here, which... Okay. This is one of the puzzles that... it doesn't make any sense. So this is an example of one of the puzzles. There's a rainbow. That's the puzzle. You're exploring and you find a rainbow. And so naturally, because this is an adventure game, that must mean you have to do something with the rainbow. Well, pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, leprechaun, fantasy, fairy tale. So presumably we're searching for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. The rainbow's in this room, and it says it extends to the east. If you travel to the east, the rainbow disappears, because that's what rainbows do. Apparently the solution to the puzzle was to stand in this room and tell our friend, the little nymph, to travel to this room while we're standing here and dig at the base of the rainbow to uncover the pot of gold, and then bring it back to us. Because adventure game logic, the rainbow disappears if you move into that tile, but if your helper moves into there, it doesn't. It doesn't have any... it doesn't make any sense. I had to look up hints for this. Another puzzle that we solved. If you stand up here in the high moorlands, an eagle comes and snatches you up and drops you into the eagle's nest on top of this cave, where there's little chirping baby eagles. If you hang out with the baby eagles for too long, they eat you and you die. The solution to that was to take a shovel with you and smack the baby eagles in the face with a shovel. You would think that would, like, anger the mama eagle who snatched us up for food in the first place, but no. Apparently, as it turns out, the eagle was sick and tired of her babies screeching all the time, and we shut them up for a moment, therefore winning the gratitude of the eagle. And now the eagle's on our side. One of our helpers. So by smacking the babies, the parents decide to join up with us. So this is the kind of game we're working with here. And again, at the outset, none of these really individual situations seem like they're puzzles to be solved. They're just kind of things that can happen, or things of interest that we have to pick and prod at. It's a very strange game. So with that said, that's about all I solved. I got the nymph from the forest. Once we dug up the leprechaun's gold down here, the leprechaun just magically appeared. We returned the gold back to the leprechaun, and now the leprechaun's on our team as well. We can summon the leprechaun if we snap our fingers. And we got the eagle to help us. There's a couple other points of interest here. There's a big old rock here. A big heavy rock with a bridle underneath it. Whoa! They're out in force. Sahasrara, welcome, welcome. The llama gave us a flower. There's a cave with a llama in it, and the llama gives us a flower. I haven't done anything else with the llama. I presume what we're meant to be doing is recruiting helpers from throughout the field, and each individual helper will have one part to play in the grand scheme of defeating the witch up here. I'm guessing the llama is not going to be one of the helpers. In fact, let's start playing. Let's start chipping around. Let's start tinkering with this. Put that up there. I don't know how visible that map is on stream. Let's go visit the llama. So we can just type run to llama. And the game takes us there. Because this is a very advanced, intelligent game. Now, my thinking is, the llama is part of the static image on the screen. It's a fixed piece of the background. I don't think the llama is going to leave this cave and join us on our adventure. Because that would mean they'd have to redraw the scene. I'm guessing the llama's just here. We're in a pleasant, airy cave, perfumed by strange incense. From the low entrance, the roof swept airily upwards to form a high vault. Its furthermost reaches lost in the darkness. An exit led outside. Ingrid could see the llama, and the nymph is following us around, entered from the outside. So we can look at the llama. A shaggy llama sitting cross-legged on the ground. Only his 4 feet were crossed. He'd have to forfeit all comfort to cross all 4 feet. We can talk to the llama. To talk to NPCs in this, you have to explicitly say what our character would say. Llama, hello. Greetings, young gnome maid. I think the llama might just kind of exist to give us information about other things. Tell me about the witch. The llama did nothing, because I can't spell. The witch is a bent and wizened old witch all in black. Black pointed hat, black shapeless dress, black cloak, black shoes, black cat on shoulder, black fingernails on crooked black and bony fingers, black hairs on the warts on her chin, and black heads on her nose. Gross. Like, don't know if there's specific questions I need to be asking this llama. What do I have in my inventory? A silver bell. If you ring the bell, it summons the eagle. A tiny coin, ivory-colored envelope, some lank hair, a nugget, and a pointed shovel. Lank hair. A handful of coarse hair of an indefinite color. It was too rough for sheep's wool. It might have come from a particularly shaggy kind of goat. Yeah, that's some frothy goat. Wherever it came from, Ingrid was quite sure that its owner could do with a shampoo and a good combing. Like, there's just these items, just random items just kind of scattered throughout the land. None of them seem to have any immediately obvious or apparent use. Unless the game explicitly says, okay, here's this bell, ring it to summon the eagle. I have no idea why we have hair, or what this hair would be used for. We have a nugget. A brownish white quartz with thin veins of dark yellow. What? Where's my fungus? I guess I got rid of the fungus. So one supposition, one guess, is that the items that we're collecting are to be taken to the centaur shop, which I didn't talk about, but there's a shop run by a centaur who has all these different items here. We can only take, we're given one free item at the start of the game. And then if we give him 2 items, any 2 items, we can take 1 more item from his shop. Give him 2 more after that, we can get 1 more of these items. So the one free item I took was the shovel, thanks to hints. I had to look up the hint. And the shovel was used, again, to smack the baby eagles and to dig at the end of the rainbow. I have not found any use for a piece of armor, a backpack, a necklace, a brass lamp, a black rod, a bunch of keys, a cheese sandwich, or a map. I'd like to just have all of these, but I don't know how or what I'd use them for. Like, one thing I want to try. Let's just see if I can manage to push this big rock. So we go out of the cave and then go northeast. Eagles flying around. So one of the main gimmicks, if you will, gameplay mechanics of this game is this game runs on the chaos system, is what they call it. NPCs kind of have their own routines, their own scripts, their own behavior, and you can recruit NPCs onto your team and then issue commands to them, and you have to work in conjunction with your NPCs to solve the puzzles. So here we have a big heavy rock. If we look at the rock, it's smooth and round, looked as heavy as one of Mother's loaves. Underneath it was a soft white bridle. If we look at the bridle, a harness of white leather with an ivory bit and loops of gold. So we got to get this bridle. I think we need to use our teammates to help us push this rock. So if I say, Nymph, help me push this rock. Didn't work. If I say, Nymph, push rock. You must be mad. Okay, she doesn't want to push the rock. Over there. Ring the bell and summon the eagle? Eagle. Push rock. Sorry, old girl, I think you've gone quite insane. Okay, snap fingers. The leprechaun teleports in. Leprechaun. Push rock. None of them want to help me push this rock. So I'm thinking if I can have one of them start to push it, then on the next turn I can push it, and with our forces combined we'll be strong enough, because I can't push rock. Roll rock? Can I just take the bridle? It's trapped under the rock and could not be pulled out. Pick up rock. Which was the what that time? Get rock. The rock was awkward to get hold of, and in any case too heavy for Ingrid to lift whilst carrying something else. Wait, are we just supposed to drop everything? Drop all. Get rock. Oh, puzzle solved. Take bridle. Ingrid couldn't keep the heavy rock up anymore and had to drop it. Ingrid took the soft white bridle. Okay, we got it. Yeah, okay, so it wasn't a teamwork puzzle. This is just the items you're carrying make you weaker puzzle. Cool. A harness of white leather with an ivory bit and loops of gold. I have no idea what this is for, but we got a new item. Now let's take all, cover our possessions. Do I get any more points for that? No. I'm gonna make a note of this. Got the bridle. Okay. So I think the way I want to approach this, rather than just roam about aimlessly, unsure of what I'm supposed to be doing, and just not really focusing on anything or picking at any particular area, because nothing really jumps out to me as being important, I think what I want to do is just focus on the witch. See precisely how close I can get to defeating her, where my plans break down, what the specific barriers are, and then try and work backwards from there to figure out how to defeat her and how to use my team. Maybe I need to recruit somebody else. There are a couple other characters roaming about. There's a swarm of dogs that just are wandering aimlessly. And there's a centaur who runs the shop down here. And there's a llama. Those are the other 3 characters that I found. There's also a dog in the witch's yard. But let's head to the witch's garden. We are here. We just need to go east once to here. Ingrid went east was outside the witch's cottage. The road went through the gate here, and a high fence stretched all around the cottage. Exits led northeast, east, blah blah blah, and inside. Ingrid could see a wooden gate, painted signs, some statues of stone or concrete. Summer, well complete for 24-month resub. That's 2 years. 2 years. Thank you. I'm excited to play more Drod. I really want to play more Drod. We're going to be playing more Drod soon. I just got to finish Gnome Ranger, and I'm barely anywhere in this game. But we're going to be playing more Drod soon. I can't wait. I'm so excited to get back to it. So as soon as we enter this gate to the witch's garden, it closes behind us, trapping us inside. So I feel like we need to figure out a way to prop the gate open somehow. Let's look at the gate. Tall gate of thick wood. Too high for Ingrid to even reach the top. Most of the paint had long since blistered and peeled till only shreds remained. There was one small patch of new paint, though that ended abruptly in a ragged, dribbly edge, as if the painter had suddenly got bored, rigid, and abandoned the job. The gate's massive hinges were thick, with flaking rust and definitely in need of a spot of grease. Ingrid found a small crack in the wood and peered through. Through the gate, Ingrid could see an uncared-for little cottage with an overgrown front garden. Dotted all over amongst the weeds and long grass were a large number of stone or concrete statues. In the southeast corner of the garden was a large wooden kennel. The kennel door was held fast with a peg thrust into an iron hasp and staple. Inside was the dog. The nymph entered from the west. A lot of stuff going on here. A lot of stuff going on here. So they do explicitly mention the hinges of the gate here in the description. So perhaps we need to manipulate the hinges. We don't have any grease. The little statues are real-life gnomes that the witch has transformed into statues, which she does to us if she catches us. So maybe we're trying to save the gnomes, reverse the spell on them. The dog. Okay, can I look at hinges? You don't need to use hinges to finish this game. Can I look at hinge? No, okay. Scratch that. See, I feel like this is just specifically set up to make this a one-way trip. Let's do a quick save here. So if we go in, rusty hinges squeaked loudly. Okay, okay. We're trying to sneak into the witches, I presume. So maybe we do need to grease the hinges so they don't squeak, because perhaps the squeaking of the hinges has now alerted the guard dog or the witch to our presence. So there's one potential obstacle. Rusty hinges squeaked loudly as the gate swung slowly open and snapped shut like a trap. Ingrid went inside. It was in a large, overgrown front garden of an old and unkempt cottage. Once, long ago, there may have been well-clipped trees, neatly tended flower borders, and a closely cropped lawn. Now there was a sea of grass and nettles, and a strangling tangle of ivy and sookbind covered the trees. Paths trampled through the wilderness, and someone had recently dragged a statue across the garden, cutting a long scar through the soil. Exits led north through a door, northeast. So we're standing here. North through the door, northeast, east through a door, and outside. Ingrid could see a dog kennel, a dirty window, and a gate. So yeah, the dog's already barking at us. So I'm guessing at this point we've already lost, because now the witch is going to peek out the window and zap us with her wand. Let's go into the dog kennel. The big kennel door is held shut by a wooden peg. Take peg, and go east. Ingrid went east through the door and was in a dark, smelly kennel thickly hung with spider webs. A few insipid strands of light oozed through narrow chinks in the roof. An exit led west through a door. Ingrid could see the dog. He went west through the door. Okay. So there's literally nothing in here. Weird. We've let the dog loose. Like, maybe this dog is friendly. Maybe we can ride the dog. Maybe I can put the harness, the bridle, on the dog and ride it around like a steed. But there's nothing in here. Okay, just wait. Oh, I died. After leaving the dog kennel, the nymph entered from the east through the door. The witch plucked out her wand, pointed a bony finger at the gnome maid, and cast a spell through the window. Ingrid stopped in mid-stride and toppled slowly backwards into the long grass. Ingrid was turned to stone. See, again, it tells you here. Without Ingrid there to lead the fight and arrange to break her wand, the witch went on and ruled that unhappy land for 1,000 years. This is the only place in the game that we actually are given a goal. After we die, it tells us what we were supposed to be doing. Oh. Ingrid, she'd been scowling fiercely and was frozen in her anger. Blah, blah, blah. You seem to have made Ingrid extinct. Alright, so let's go back to before we went into the kennel. Before we went into the garden. I feel like the hinges, the squeaking of the hinges, is our first thing. It's possible that the cheese sandwich, this is the sort of insane fever dream game where a cheese sandwich could be greasy enough that we use that grease of cheese to grease the hinges to make it silent. That's an idea. Run to shop. Go in. Cheese sandwich. Look, sandwich. Sandwich badly wrapped in grease-proof paper and curling at the edges to reveal pale orange cheese and a thin scraping of butter. So in order to take the sandwich, we need to give this man some items. Hair seems like garbage. Nugget, coin. Take sandwich. Wait, you've not given me enough. Okay, give hair to centaur. Cap seemed delighted. Thundering hooves. Genuine. The next word was too muffled for Ingrid to hear properly. Hair. Thank you, flower. Now, if you give me one more little thing, you can have any item you like from my store. Take sandwich. Run to gate. Hey, prostitution, welcome. Vocab, welcome. Oh, sorry, the map is implied nudity. That's okay. I'll risk it. If this works, man, rub sandwich on gate. Ingrid polished it until she could see her reflection in its surface, which was perhaps a mistake. Huh? Look, sandwich. Open sandwich? Couldn't have opened the cheese sandwich. Oil hinges. No, you don't need to use the word hinges or oil. Take grease-proof paper. Take paper. Rub paper on gate. I think that's just a default response to using the rub verb. Eat sandwich? Oh, it's gone. Alright, I think I'm soft locked. All set, Samuel. Welcome. Thank you for the 5-month resub. I could go for a cheese sandwich as well. I guarantee the plan was not, or the goal was not to get this cheese sandwich then just eat it. Hotson, welcome. Thank you for the 4-month resub. Happy New Year to you as well. I'm excited for 2024. I'm gonna play some big games this year. We're gonna finish Drod. We're gonna play Gnome Ranger. I really want to play La Mulana again. It's been ages since I last played La Mulana. I think we're going to do a La Mulana replay in the near future. I think it's time, finally. I want to play Xanadu and give it another shot. It's been like 3 years since I last tried to play Xanadu. I really want to play Xanadu again. So maybe after Drod, we play some Xanadu. Oh, dude. That sounds like a lot of fun. I want to play more old, crusty computer RPGs. Oh, such a good genre of game. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in this game. Okay, RAM restore. Let's not eat the sandwich. There's a sign. What's the sign say? Lettering is a bit faded but still legible. It read, Little Witch Enterprises, statues of specialty. Please walk in. A note had been added in smaller letters across the bottom and said, Don't worry about the dog. It's locked up. But we can free the dog. What if... What if we preemptively free the dog and try and... Can I just open the gate and hold it open? You really want to go in, just say so. I don't think I can. Because... Let's ring the bell and summon the eagle. I have an eagle on my party. The eagle possesses the power of flight. That's got to be important. Eagle. Go. Let me fix the map here. Go in and get, what was it called? Like a peg? Get peg and go out and give me the peg. The eagle nodded. She flew inside. Wait. Is this gonna work? Flew from inside. The dog scuttled out from the kennel. It stopped and blinked furiously in the unaccustomed brightness of the outside world, then ran around in tiny circles, yapping joyfully, and scampered off as fast as its little legs would carry it. The dog entered from the north. The eagle gave the carved wooden peg to Ingrid. Dog! Pet the dog. Oh, you don't need to use the word pet. A tiny little dog with the sweetest little floppy ears and a pointy little tail that wagged furiously all the time. Aww. So this was the watchdog. The witch's watchdog, but the dog is just a tiny little friendly dog. Dog, hello. Can this dog talk? No. Oh, Parahellion, that'd be awesome, Rat Clown Car. That game does look like a lot of fun. Tengai Makyo Ziria. I want to play that as well. There's so many game. So many game. I did manage to scrounge a copy of... Oh, hello. You'll notice back here... I have... Look at this. I have a Wii U. You guys know that? So I've been playing... I'm not too far into it, but I got this for Christmas. The final game in the Xenoblade that I haven't played. I've played every other Xeno game. Played Xenogears, played Xeno Saga 1 through 3, Xenoblade 1 through 3. I'm finally going to play Xenoblade Chronicles X. This game, it's really cool. I'm not too far into it. I'm only like 10 hours maybe. It's a really fun game. Yeah, dude, Dana, I had to dig through boxes, and this thing had like a layer of dust. You could still see it's pretty dirty. I tried to clean it up as best as I can. I hadn't plugged this thing in like a decade or more. I was happy it still worked. I wasn't sure if it was going to work. But it works. It's very awkward because I hate using this thing as a controller. And so I still have... So I have like a controller here to play the game. You have to use this because this is like your mini map for Xenoblade, and you like use it to fast travel to places. So I have like this on my lap or this on the desk and cords everywhere. The Wii U, so terrible, man. The Wii U, what a joke. Oh, the Wii U. What a lovely console. What a beautiful console. Nintendo, they were really innovating. Put... Whoa. Okay, goodbye. Put bridle on dog. Couldn't see the dog. Look, dog. Where'd the dog go? Oh, he went southeast. Okay. Find dog. Follow dog. I don't know what the story was with the Wii U's dying. Something about their batteries in like the handheld things going bad, or memory chips. I don't even know. Mine works still, and I hadn't plugged it in for literally over a decade. What just happened? Wait, wait. What just happened? Something happened in this game. Ingrid could see the dog and a swarm of dogs. The swarm of dogs rushed up to the lone dog and happily fussed and swarmed all over him. He was submerged under the pack, but soon reappeared, yapping merrily at one with his fellows. The swarm of dogs was very grateful to Ingrid for rescuing their kidnapped comrade from the witch and for bringing him back to them. In return, the group insisted upon helping Ingrid in her fight against their common foe. One of the dogs handed her a small metal whistle to blow. We just solved a puzzle. I just solved a puzzle. We're doing it. Score. Ooh. So we get 40 for freeing the dog from the garden and reuniting it with the swarm. Yeah, prostitution. I'm not a fan of the gamepad. In Xenoblade X, the game doesn't even boot unless you have the gamepad. And so I initially plugged the Wii U up and hadn't found my gamepad yet. And I was like, okay, maybe I can just play it. But no. It just stalls on the title screen. And so I had to find it and dust it off and oh well. Still a cool game. And so we're over halfway done. Dogs. We have dogs. Whistle. Crystal. A metal whistle, rather like the one that Mistress Jolly, the hockey teacher, used to use, but this one was very much smaller. Look at the peg. Sturdy wooden peg of oak or some such dark wood, tapered so that it slotted securely into the staple and hasp that held the kennel door shut. Now, I don't know. The gate leading to the witch's place was a one-way gate. But when the eagle presumably flew over the gate to grab the pen from the kennel, The dog was able just to run out of the gate. I can't think too hard about it. It's an adventure game. These are like very clearly text adventure game puzzles. If that makes any sense. It's not, they're not trying to build like a cohesive world. They're not making like consistent internal sense. It's just adventure game puzzles that aren't even very clearly signposted as being puzzles. So what do I, like, I don't, well, with the dog not there, let's try going back into the garden. And maybe we can have a few more turns. We could probably use the swarm of dogs to break in the back door even. So let's run to the gate. Let's do a real save. Save disk in. Dogs. So let's go in. Again, the hinges still squeak. I should have done a RAM save because that's quicker, but alas. Look at the window. Iron-framed window beside the door. Through its grimy glass, Ingrid could see the witch-like old lady hobbling about inside. Cauldron hung in the fireplace, and on the shelves next to the chimney breast were an untidy scatter of old books and indescribable things in glass jars. Witch peered out through the window, saw Ingrid, and gestured with a pony finger toward the front door. So even still, the witch seems to notice us. I don't know if the witch saw us because we looked in the window, or because the gate squeaked when we entered here, or if that's unavoidable or not. We can go around, go northeast, then northwest. Now we're behind the house. Let's blow the whistle. Whistle. Dog swarm rushed up. Dog swarm, break this door. How do I give them commands? Dogs, break the door. A swarm of dogs agreed. The heavy door was too strong for it to break down. Maybe we need to coordinate our attacks. Dogs wait 2 turns, then break door. I don't think they waited. Nymph. Wait 1 turn, then break door. Break door. I don't know how to coordinate my friends. Dogs wait, then break door. Break door. See, we're both trying to break it on the same turn. But I get the feeling this isn't the sort of thing that we need an accumulation of strength to do. We just need like one singular stronger person. The centaur comes to mind. Let's try all 3 of us here. How do I get the nymph to wait 2 turns? Wait, then break door. Dogs, wait, then break door. Break door. Okay. So all 3 of us tried to attack it on the same turn, but it was too strong. And because it's just repeating the same message for each one of our attempts, I get the feeling that this isn't the right course of action. Open door. Bolted from the inside would need great strength to break down. Why do I have a bridle? Like I could ring the bell and snap the fingers and get the leprechaun and the eagle here and coordinate all of us to try this. Because I'm guessing we're supposed to break in through the back door of the cottage to surprise the witch. Or maybe even like create a distraction out front? Door was a little more secure than it looked. I love this. The back wall was windowless, but there was a door. It looked less sturdy than the front door, and there were patches of rot in the frame, but the door was a little more secure than it looked. I use Kega Fusion. It's not the greatest emulator, but as far as like standalone Mega Drive emulators, it seems to do the trick. I don't like RetroArch either. I try to avoid it whenever possible. I'm more of an old school. I like an emulator per system. I just have 1,000 different folders, one for each console. The yellow brick garden path. Now we're on the side path. I don't think there's anything here. Look. Whoa, whoops. Look at the bricks. No, look down. Look up. Can we, like... I don't like to object, but being objective, I do feel that you need an object in that sort of command to achieve your objectives. Can we listen in this game? Could hear nothing she didn't already know about. Okay, we can listen in this game. Can we listen through the door? Listen, door. Listen through door. Probably door. So it seems like our current barrier is the back door. And we just died, because I went back into the front yard and we're dead. Copy protection. Page 38. Line 7, word 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. And yeah, it takes a lot of practice just learning how the RetroArch UI works. It's so annoying. Once you put in the work to just learn how to actually use it, it works fine. It's just terribly designed. You just have to spend much time learning it, which is not how a program should work, in my opinion. Okay. Let's see if we can convince the centaur to help us, or maybe even the llama. What if we run to llama? We do have a bridle. Ram save. Give bridle to llama. Take bridle. Put bridle on llama. Couldn't have put the soft white bridle there. Llama, wear this bridle. I think you've gone quite insane. Yeah, me too. So what? How would a swarm of dogs help me? I have a swarm of dogs, I have an eagle, I have a leprechaun, I have a nymph. Piece of armor, backpack, necklace, brass lamp, black rod, bunch of keys, cheese sandwich, shovel map. Let's run to the centaur. Again, I'm guessing that because the llama is part of the background drawing, that the llama will never come and help us on our quest. The llama did give us a flower the first time we met it, which we gave to the nymph to befriend her. Besides that, though, I think that's likely the extent of the llama's usefulness. If we give bridle to Cap, he just takes it, and we can get an item in exchange. Is that good? Is that bad? A bewildering variety of objects piled on the shelves and on the floor, hanging from the rafters, all crammed in wherever they would fit. Blah, blah, blah. So, from the outside, let me just think about this from a different angle here. From the outside of the shop, we can see wooden shutters and a door. If we look at the shutters, close-boarded wooden shutters over the shop window. There are no visible fastenings on the well-greased hinges. Hinges designed to open outwards. Ingrid guessed they could probably be opened swiftly enough and silently enough to knock early morning songbirds off the window ledge. A small flurry of feathers on the ground confirms this. The shutters and door were wide open. Okay, feathers brings us to the shutters description. Can we climb shutters? Now, we have an envelope in our inventory. Ivory colored envelope. When the game begins, we're in the tile just outside the shop. And the first time we enter into the centaur's shop, he gives us this envelope and tells us to deliver it to the witch. Doing so gets us killed, obviously. If we open the envelope, we read the letter inside. It's a note from the centaur to the witch telling her that, oh, here's another new gnome for your garden, or something like that. So we know that the centaur is actively trying to get us killed. But the centaur doesn't know that we know. If we open the letter and then visit the centaur, he sees that we've opened the letter, he knows the gig is up, kicks us out of his shop, locks the door, and runs away. I'm thinking if we could somehow manage to get in through the window after the centaur has left the shop, we could loot all of these items without giving away earlier stuff for them. But you don't need to use windows to finish this part of the game. I can't see the window. So I don't know. I don't know what the keys are for. I haven't found a usage for the keys. They are very suspicious. suspicious looking bunch of keys. We look at the keys, 5 in all, a massive one of black iron and 3 smaller ones of bronze. It's very suspicious because it says there's 5 but only describes 4 of them. It's hard to say with this sort of game. Is it just a gag? Is it a joke? Is this actually like a puzzle? Is this applicable? There was no lock on the witch's back door. It was barred from the inside. And that's the only... Unless the keys open up the shop once the centaur leaves. Ooh, that could be something. I already gave him the bridle. I feel like I'm gonna have to reset because I've given away too many items. Give hair to Cap. Okay, take keys. Read the keys. Count keys. Where's the 5th key? What? How mysterious. Thick wooden door bound with iron embossed with iron studs. Shutters and doors are wide open. If we now open the envelope. Cap saw that Ingrid opened the envelope, could also see from her expression the game was up. His face suffused with horror and his mane and tail began to twitch nervously. Centaur grabbed up Ingrid by the scruff of her neck, galloped with her to the door, and threw her forcibly out of the shop. Before she could pick herself up, he locked the shutters and door and cantered off into the distance. Let's unlock the door. Okay, the shutters were secured from the inside. The door was double locked and firmly bolted. How did the centaur lock it from the inside and then leave and... What? What? Ingrid tried the shutters. Unlock door. Use keys on door. You don't need to use to finish this part of the game. Unlock door with keys. This is so mysterious. The black rod is also quite mysterious. Cheese sandwich. Lamp. There's no dark areas in this game, or in this section, so I don't know why the lamp is here. It's not a genie's lamp. I tried taking it and rubbing it and nothing happened. Necklace. Backpack. Armor. Whoa. The armor does not protect against the witch's magic. I've tried that before. The map simply tells us, you know, there's a waterfall in the southeast, there's a bog in the east, there's a forest to the northeast, there's a cave to the northwest, there's a mountain to the northwest, there's a garden, etc., etc. It points out areas of interest along in the world. So I have no idea what to do. Opening the envelope does give us more points. We should be up to 180 now. So there is that. We get 20 points for opening the envelope. So it seems to me that we're trying to get into the witch's house from the back garden. There is nothing in the kennel. There's nothing on the side of the house. The front garden had like statues in the yard. Maybe we need to take a statue with us and bash the door down with it. Use it as a tool. I could try doing a fully coordinated attack. I haven't tried that yet. I could try summoning the eagle and the leprechaun and the dogs and the nymph and have the 4 of them synchronize their attacks with Ingrid so we all try and break the door on the same turn. That might work. A little bit worried about the item situation here. So I just gave away some items for a pair of keys, or a ring of keys, which seems to be useless. Maybe the llama can show us or tell us about the keys. Llama, tell me about keys. No. Llama, who is the witch? Freaking llamas, man. They never help. Look at statues. Collection of very lifelike statues of gnomes. Standing, sitting, walking, stretched out in sleep. One was fishing at the pond. Another feeding the birds. A third was poised with a paintbrush. Take statue. Get statue. Push statue. I don't know what to do. Alright, let's try the coordinated attack. Ram save. Go in. Northeast. Northwest. Oh my goodness, how do I do this? We need to summon everybody here. So let's blow the whistle. Gets the dogs here. Let's ring the bell. The eagle's coming. Swarm of dogs tumbled over one another in a complicated game of tag. Okay, good. Snap fingers. Okay. So we have eagle, dogs, leprechaun, nymph, Ingrid. So dogs, wait, then wait, then wait, then wait, then wait, then break door. Right? 2, 3, 4, 5 waits, then break the door. Because next turn, you the eagle, give him 4 waits. Next turn after that, we have the leprechaun, give him 3 waits. And then the nymph, give her 2 waits. No, we just need 1 less wait. Break door. Eagle. Wait, and wait, and wait, and break door. The game is struggling. The eagle's not even here! Oops. Ring bell. Gotta wait for the eagle to show up. Blow whistle. Okay, start with the nymph. I don't think this is the correct solution. The heavy door was too strong for Ingrid to break down. What? Oh, okay, I typed wrong. Okay. Eagle. Wait, then wait, then wait, then break door. Leprechaun. Wait, then wait, break door. Dogs. Wait, then break door. Break door. Well, I successfully coordinated the attack and it didn't work. Okay, so that's definitely not the solution. And what if I have the right idea but the wrong execution? What if I need to explicitly tell my teammates to help me break the door? Since we're all just individually attacking it. Dogs, help me break the door. How do you want me to help? I don't know. Unlock door. So I feel like we need a stronger teammate to help us with this. Such as a fully grown centaur who can pick us up with ease and toss us out of the shop. Or a llama. Or this mega rock? Or I'm going about this entirely incorrectly. And we need to use one of these items? Maybe the rod to pry the door open? Shovel? Dig. Door. I don't know what to do. Alright, time for hints. Time for hints. So the game comes with a hint book. Well, you can send away for a hint book. Where'd I put it? Where's my capture? You could send away for a hint book. There's the novella. Boom. And by hint book, I mean just a page like this of hints. It's very creative, yeah. It's nice where you can look up precisely what it is you're stuck on without spoiling other parts of the game. Because the way it is listed here is it's you have to jump around back and forth between multiple pages. We are stuck finishing part one, maybe? If there's a specific object in part one, then we can look it up and get a clue about that specific object. Specific creatures and people we can look up clues for. Specific places. And that's it. Let's... Door back of cottage. Now, there's a bunch of these which I haven't even found. It's possible that some of the objects listed here are fake, false, misdirection, where they aren't actually even in the game, but they put them in the clue sheet to kind of mislead you if you're trying to get spoilers. Now let's look at door back of cottage. Details 619. A strong creature was needed to break the door, C101. Then someone to defeat the witch, C628. Okay, let's see 101. Unicorn. What? Where? There's a unicorn in this game. Excuse me? How did I miss that? Okay, unicorn. Where? 435. Roaming around and very difficult to track. What? See, 469. Only creatures with a good sense of smell could follow it. C84. What? How was I, as a player, meant to know that there was, or meant to learn there's a unicorn roaming here? Because I have never seen a unicorn. I've never seen any hints of a unicorn. How? Like, I get that we're supposed to use a swarm of dogs to track down the unicorn now. But how would I know that there's a unicorn in the first place? What the heck is this game? What did I miss? A unicorn? What? Where? Was I supposed to just guess that there's a unicorn? Is the bridle under a giant rock supposed to be our indication that there's a unicorn out here? Because in King's Quest 4, no, this game came out before King's Quest 4, so no. It's not a King's Quest 4 reference. King's Quest 4, you have to find a bridle, which is invisible, and you use it to ride a unicorn. I think this came out before King's Quest 4. That was 1984. Or that was 1989, I believe. Was it? I'm curious. '88. Yeah, this was before King's Quest 4. Not that I remember, Cheese Whiz, no. Not in the 48-page novella. Not in any of the room's descriptions or flavor text or anywhere. Anywhere in the game have I learned that there's a unicorn. The hint sheet has told me now that there's a unicorn. And that's it. This is deranged. What? I've given up the bridle, unfortunately, at this point. Find unicorn. Unfortunately, Ingrid had not the slightest idea where the unicorn might be. It never showed itself if it could help it. It was too light to leave proper tracks. It moved so silently that she could scarcely ever hear it. There was no way she was going to follow its scent. Gnomes had never had a particularly good sense of smell, and Ingrid did not fancy crawling around with her nose to the ground. Again, the swarm of dogs is the obvious solution here. I just want to know where the thread is. How would a player know that there's a unicorn to find? Like, what? What? Unless you just accidentally stumble across it sometimes when you're wandering. The lank hair. I guess they're the hair. Remember the lank hair in the prickly brambles? When we gave it to Cap, he says, oh, this is a nice hair. And it deliberately obscures the name of the species where the hair comes from, but Cap knows. Is that our clue that it's a unicorn? That's a wild stretch. This is demented. Blow whistle. Dogs, find unicorn. Dogs, wait, and then find unicorn. Oh, the swarm of dogs went northwest. Oh, blow whistle. Dogs, wait, find unicorn. Follow dogs. Within moments, the hounds had picked up the unicorn's trail, and baying with playful excitement, bounded off in pursuit. That's the only thing I can think, Silo, is that there was just a chance to see it while exploring, and I just got very unlucky. And that's terrible. That's not a good puzzle. Want to continue? Yes. Wait, are we there? Went south. Huh? Dogs. Find unicorn. Oh, here we are. Ingrid could see a swarm of dogs and the unicorn. The nymph entered from the south. The nymph hesitantly approached the unicorn, but without a suitable token of horsey affection, the unicorn could not trust her. We need a suitable token of horsey affection. Unicorn saw Ingrid, reared up on its hind legs, and pawed the air in terror. Then, with a fear-filled whinny, it span around, sped off in the distance, and was gone. Run to... Oops. Llama, tell me about unicorn. The unicorn is a unicorn of matchless might and porcelain beauty. White as the moon and light as thistledown, he moved elegantly and effortlessly, his fine china hooves scarcely touching the ground. So what sort of token of horsey affection? Dude. Is it one of these random items? A bridle? I don't think a unicorn would like a bridle. Cheese sandwich? Coin? I saw it. Yeah, Hosanna. I've seen multiple reviews to the same effect. A lot of people rave about this game, say it's one of Level 9's best. This and the sequel, Ingrid's Back. And maybe it's just this first part that I'm struggling with. Maybe it'll get much more reasonable in parts 2 and 3. But this is cruel. So, okay. So now we have to find a token of horsey affection. Give it to the nymph and have the nymph give it to the unicorn. I guess we start trying items. Maybe the coin. Blow the whistle. Dogs, find unicorn. Follow dogs. Now, if I go onto the same tile as the unicorn, it runs away. Good gracious. Alright, we failed again. So I actually need to give something. Give coin to nymph. Dogs. Find unicorn. Oh, hey, Maker, welcome. How's it going? Happy New Year. I'm playing this demented text adventure. It's pretty cool. This game's pretty cool. Right now we're trying to track down a unicorn using a swarm of dogs. Dogs. Ooh. Oh. I'm not reading any of this text. I'm just waiting. Continue. Unicorn. The nymph hesitantly approached the unicorn, but without a suitable token of horsey affection. The unicorn could not trust her. Okay, so so what we're doing now is we have to try and figure out what a suitable token of horsey affection is. We need to win the trust of this unicorn. I'm worried that I needed to give it one of the items which I've already gotten rid of. But I don't know. Maybe the cheese sandwich? That's... Stop! Give nugget to nymph. Follow dogs. They're not tracking the unicorn. Dogs. Find unicorn. Follow dogs. Yeah, Ingrid's back. That's the sequel to this game. It's supposed to be really good. A lot of people give it really high reviews. I want to play it as well. Unicorn. The nymph hesitantly approached the unicorn, but without a suitable token of horsey affection. So what? We just have to, dude. I'm looking up a hint. This is the way it's got. This is the way it's gonna be. I can't figure anything out in this game. Unicorn details 708. Very strong. C20. Door back of cottage. Where? No. Okay. 619. Strong creature C101. Unicorn where 435. Roaming around, very difficult to track, C469. Only creatures with a good sense could follow it, C84. Dog swarm. Okay, this thread of clues here isn't telling me what the suitable token of horsey affection is. Bag of tricks, bell, bottle, brambles, the bridle. Maybe it's the bridle. 483. Ingrid needed help to get the bridle. C496. No, I took it by myself, but okay. Feather? Fence? Fingers? Food? Fungus? necklace? None of these objects listed here stand out to me as items of horsey affection. Oh, unicorn. 708. Oh, how do I get the unicorn? Finishing part 1, 605. Having recruited everyone, C7. Ingrid needed to defeat the witch, C612. 7. Ordering people about, 654. In this part, people needed to be helped before they would obey Ingrid. See individual details of 84, 85, 90, 92, 101. Several puzzles, for example, those involving the 124 and 101. 101 is the unicorn. What's the 124? The rainbow. Need help. This is weird. It's not actually telling me how to recruit the unicorn. 708. Very strong. I think yeah, I think so, Dana. The bridal. .483. It just says the only information the hint sheet tells us about the bridal is that we need help to get it. Which is untrue. Alright. We gotta restore. Stop. Restore. Copy protection. Line 3, word 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2. I'm still baffled as to how a player would learn that there is a unicorn in this game in the first place. Because that doesn't... It doesn't. There is no unicorn in this game. There's no hints anywhere that there's a unicorn in this game. That's insane. Do we have the bridle yet? We do still have the bridle. Soft white bridle. A harness of white leather with an ivory bit and loops of gold. Yeah, Dromavian. If we ask the nymph explicitly about the unicorn, it will tell us about it. But you'd have to know about the existence of a unicorn in the first place in order to ask about it. People don't just tell you things. You must ask them specifically to tell you about something. So, for example, the nymph is on this screen with us. We could say, nymph, tell me about unicorn. And we get the description of the unicorn. So I guess if you're at your wit's end and you're just asking random characters about random fantasy fairy tale creatures, eventually you learn that there's a unicorn in the game. But that can't be the intention. I wouldn't think. Crikey. I feel like there's just some specific thread that I just have overlooked. Give bridle to nymph. Blow whistle. Dogs. Wait. Oh no, we can just tell them to find unicorn. Now we follow dogs. Go Helical, welcome. Marty Dodson, welcome. They might have been Hosanna, just looking to sell hints. Oh, okay, this is it. We did it. Swarm of dogs went southwest. The nymph entered from the north. The unicorn and the nymph saw each other and were transfixed. Their eyes locked. They froze so still that only soft rippling of her gown and his mane showed that they were not porcelain figurines. The very air seemed to fill with ethereal music, like the trilling of 1,000 larks, all singing love, love. Then, with floating grace, she ran to him and threw her tender arms around his neck, slipped the bridle gently into place, and vaulted lightly onto his back. The unicorn whinnied in delight and turned to nuzzle her softly. Before the lovers rode away, they turned in thanks to Ingrid. The unicorn gave her a set of pipes. "Play these," he said. "You need my help to defeat the witch." Wait, they are like romantically involved? A nymph, little nymph girl and unicorn? Oh, okay. That's okay. I okay. 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 Beautiful. Let's not question it. We got some musical pipes. A set of pan pipes that appeared to be 8 reeds bound by woven silk. Looking closer, Ingrid could see that the pipes had in fact been cunningly carved from a single piece of ivory. Okay, maybe we have enough. Save. Maybe now we can defeat the witch. Maybe there was something I missed. When we recruited the nymph, it was the very first thing I did. She told us that she was looking for a Mr. Right. Like, she never said that specifically she was looking for a unicorn or a horse creature of any sort. No equine mentions were made. But she was looking for a unicorn to fall in love with. This game is quite incredible. Okay. Run to the gate. Run to the gate. I've had to look up hints so much. I'm just gonna have to get over it. That's just the way this game is gonna be played. It's too insane for me to figure out. Okay, let's save here. Go in. Now there's still the issue of the hinges squeaking when we enter the gate, but maybe that's unavoidable. The witch turned away from the window and went about her business in the cottage. Interesting. Go around to the back of the house. Play the pipes. The unicorn screeched to a halt near Ingrid. Unicorn, break door. We're in there. Go in. Ingrid couldn't go that way. What? Oh, we have to go south, not in. Ingrid went south through the door and was in the parlor of the witch's cottage. A large black iron cauldron hung over the fire. Its contents were spluttering and bubbling heavily, and some were trying to climb out. A broomstick was propped up against a wall, but by the clean looks of its bristles and the filthy state of the floor, it had never been used for sweeping. On a shelf beside the chimney breast were well-worn books with titles like Step-by-Step Necromancy, Cauldron Cookery, and 101 Uses for a Dead Bat. Exits led north through the door and south. Let's save. if it's my keyboard that's dying or just my typing that's very sloppy, but I'm making a lot of typos here. Take room. You might as well leave it alone. It's great, Helical. They credit somebody specifically on the title screen for the gnomic translation of the game. So somebody did have to go through and like manually add G's everywhere. Or they probably just wrote a program to do it. Somebody had that job though. Read books. They did miss a couple, that's true, yeah. But even the hint sheet mostly keeps up with the theme, the gimmick. There's a couple typos in the hint sheet as well. So we can't do anything with the broom. The cauldron. Look, cauldron. The cauldron's not important. The books don't seem to be important, so let's just go south. Oh, I died. Ingrid went south, was in the hall of the old cottage. Exits led north and south through a door. Ingrid could see the witch. Ingrid was turned to stone. Instantaneously just turned to stone. Oh, 200 out of 300. Copy protection. Line 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Word 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we can't even be in the same room as the witch, otherwise we instantly die. I'm going to put a RAM save here because it's a little bit quicker. The leprechaun specifically told us that he's immune to the witch's wand. So with snap fingers, leprechaun, go south and get wand. And go north and give wand to me. Oh, the witch is here. Unicorn trample witch. I can't even spell. Unicorn was turned to stone. Where's the leprechaun? South. Ingrid went south, was in the hall of the old cottage. Where'd the leprechaun go? I like how this room doesn't even have a description. It's just the hall of the old cottage. South through a door takes us to the front garden. Okay. Go back, go back, go back. So I'm thinking... King's Quest 1, there's an evil witch. In King's Quest 1, there's an evil witch that lives in a candy house in a forest. You can sneak into her house, take like a piece of cheese or something, and you can push her into the cauldron to get rid of her. I think? Was that King's Quest 1? I might be misremembering. Well, maybe I could have done that here. When the witch traveled north into this room, maybe I could have pushed her into the cauldron to defeat her. So let me try this again. Snap fingers. The leprechaun didn't seem to do anything, which is... Oh, the leprechaun just went south. The leprechaun, come to me. Leprechaun? Get wand. The leprechaun appeared and instantly went to the witch's room. We go south. We're dead. Why? Because we're at the mercy of the characters. Okay, snap fingers. Get wand and go north. Unicorn. Wait for witch and push witch. I don't know if that's going to work or not. That isn't possible now. Push witch. Leprechaun. Get wand. The witch stopped the leprechaun. He was turned to stone. I'm fumbling this terribly. Break wand. Ingrid touched the wand and was instantly turned to stone. What in the world am I supposed to do? Blow the whistle. Let's get the dogs in here. Let's ring the bell. Let's get the eagle in here as well. Snap fingers. The witch is here. Leprechaun. Break wand. Oh, there we go. That's all we had to do. The leprechaun broke the witch's wand with one swift snap. That wand had been the focus of her power, and once it was broken, the evil power was no more. The witch shriveled into a frail and frightened old woman and hobbled off, wailing and moaning. A sudden gust of fresh, clean air swept through the cottage and the garden, blowing away the sense of malevolence and breathing new life into the stone statues. The fishing gnome landed his fish at last. The bird feeder brushed off 20 years' accumulation of bird lime. The painter muttered nuts as the drip splashed all over his boot. And all over the world, police were pestered with complaints about missing garden ornaments. That was insane. Ingrid stayed around to help the nymph and unicorn open the witch's cottage as a transport cafe. They let the dogs live in the kennel where they all fitted nicely. And while the leprechaun reopened Cap's shop as a bank where adventurers could leave their gold, she gave the eagle chicks a few more lessons in good manners. Ingrid had studied etiquette at the Institute, and even found some herbs for the llama in one of the witch's cupboards. But eventually the time came to leave, so Ingrid said farewell to her new friends and walked purposefully away down the road. Now I missed 20 points because I never opened up the envelope. Funny little troll appeared and was from under a rock. Copy protection. Page 4, line 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Word 2. Whipped. Welcome to the second part of Gnome Ranger. Many days had passed since Ingrid left the witch's cottage. The road had been long and more or less empty, but at last she came in sight of another little cottage. As she drew closer, she could see an old man working in the garden. "Hello, my dear," he called. "Who might you be?" "I'm Ingrid Bottomlow," replied Ingrid proudly, striding up to the front door. "Well, never mind, my dear," he replied. "Come along in and have some tea anyway. I was just about to make a pot. You wouldn't mind going around and picking the leaves, would you? My old back's giving me a bit of trouble today." Ingrid agreed and followed his directions round to the back garden, on the northern side of the cottage. Ingrid was on a grassy plain on which the beautiful cottage garden had been created. It was full of flowers and herbs of every kind, and Ingrid simply had to stand back and admire it. This was exactly what she wanted the back garden at Nettlefield Farm to be like. Exits lead north-northeast, blah blah blah. Ingrid could see a well-matured compost heap, a vicious thistle clump, a long, straggly rowan sapling, well-tended elder bush, vigorous mint clump, delicately scented tea bush, a clump of gnarled trees. What next? Beautiful, beautiful artwork. Look at this. I really want to play that Hobbit text adventure. I really want to play that one. There's a Sherlock Holmes game as well that uses the same style of gameplay engine from the same developers. They both look awesome. Just completely unplayable, but awesome. So... what? Again, we're just plopped into an area. It's exactly what I'm wondering, Jose. Yeah, what? No, Tetrahedra, welcome. We just made it to part 2 of Gnome Ranger. I'm heavily relying on hints because this game's impossible. But that's okay. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. I don't... what is... I guess we gotta pick leaves and get some tea. I think that's our goal. Pick some leaves. First, I'm gonna back up. Oh my god. Before we do this, I just want to check to see if anything unique happens if I get full score on part 1. So bear with me one moment. I just want to see what this does. Probably... whoops. What the heck? Probably nothing. But I'm just curious. Page 37. Line 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Word 3. Odd. A peculiar plant twined from under a rock and entangled Ingrid. Oh, it's no longer a copy protection troll. Now it's a plant. File name, witch. Gee, welcome, welcome. Happy New Year. So to get full score here, we just need to open envelope. So now we're at 220 out of 300, so we should be good. I think I've just lost. A leprechaun break wand. Okay, never mind. Now we already just read all of this. I'm not going to reread it. I'll skim it though real quick to see if anything different happens. I'm assuming we don't lose points for the unicorn getting turned to stone since it immediately unpetrifies when the wand is broken. The only difference between getting 280 points and 300 is we are pioneer instead of a novice. I'll take it. I'm a pioneer. Page 23, line 10. 1, 2, 6, 7, 10. Word 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A boot. All right. Here we are. Time to play the game. So let's put away the hints for now. We have to start by mapping. Well, maybe to start with, we should try and figure out what we're supposed to do. Maybe we should try and figure out what we're supposed to do. Let's do a hard save here. Call it start. Beautiful drawing. I love this house. Look how wacky and like surreal this artwork is. Oh, it's so charming. I like it. Okay, inventory. We own nothing at all. So we're on a grassy plain. A beautiful cottage garden has been created, full of flowers and herbs of every kind. There's a well-matured compost heap, a vicious thistle clump, a long straggly rowan sapling, a whole bunch of just leaves and plants. Where's the man who wanted the tea? Let's go over here. This is garden. Objects in this room include compost heap, thistle clump, a rowan sapling, elder bush, mint clump, tea bush, gnarled trees. Kefka for you, welcome. Thank you for the 7-month resub. Solid Snack, welcome. Good to see you. Text adventuring. Exits. Oh. North. Whoa. Northeast. East. Southeast. West. Northwest. So the first area was 7 tiles by 7 tiles, with a little outcropping up here for the witch's cottage. I'm gonna guess this is gonna be roughly the same size, probably also relatively small. I just wish I knew what I was supposed to do, but let's not worry about that. Oh, who cares what we're supposed to do? That's not important. We take all. The only thing I could take was the compost heap. What? No! Don't take the compost heap. Soft, brown, gently steaming heap of well-rotted compost. Well, the outside was a little dry and twiggy. Inside it matured into good friable loam? What does that mean? This had made a comfortable home to many generations of worms and whole hosts of woodlice. It was the sort of compost heap that positively cried out for a marrow to be planted in it. Drop the compost. I'm not carrying turds around. North. Ingrid started to leave the garden, but she knew that it would have been unpardonably rude to leave without helping the old man, so she stopped and looked around for a tea leaf. Well, there's a tea bush. So Petite little bush, its leaves ranging in color from glossy dark green to rich brown. Ingrid guessed that the brown leaves would be the ones that were ready for picking. Growing from it was a single tea leaf. Take tea leaf. Ingrid took the single tea leaf. As she did so, the little tea bush shivered and shook. Then before her very eyes, its leaves wilted, its branches sagged, and with a long, slow rustle, the plant died. The alchemist, for that's what the old man was, tottered angrily up to the garden path, waving his walking stick. "Look at it," he gasped. "You've killed my tea bush. How could you? Now how am I going to make my cup of tea?" Ingrid started to explain how she'd only taken a leaf, and the bush had come to pieces in her hand, as it were. But the alchemist had already turned and creaked off, sniffling sadly and blowing his nose on the sleeve of his robe. Ingrid groaned inwardly. She knew she would just have to revive his stupid tea bush before she could get on her way. What? Can we leave now? Okay, we can leave now. I guess our goal is to revive the tea bush, yeah. Oh, look at the graphics. Beautiful. So for starters, I'm just going to wander around and map. This approach did not serve me very well in the previous part. So I'm going to change nothing and hope everything works out. Oh my goodness. Let's keep going north. A grassy plain to the south of an unclimbable slope over the cave. Northeast, east, south, southeast, southwest, west. Okay, the geography seems a bit more varied. It seems like it's not just going to be a giant grid. There might actually be, like, things. I want to try and find a border. Let's go west. West was on the grassy plain to the south of an unclimbable slope over the cave. So left, east, south, southeast. Who's that? C:/ welcome. Thank you for the 10-month resub. North, northeast, east, south, southeast. Thank you for the good luck as well. We need it for this game. This is quite twisted. Went south, was on the grassy plain outside the northern wall of the cottage. North, northeast, east, south, and southeast. Oh. I'm getting confused. North, northeast, east. Okay. Let's go east. They're back at the garden. Southeast. It was at the end of a road leading north beside a quaint little cottage, only 1 story high, and to judge by the windows consisting of only 2 rooms. Kitchen window stood open and a faint smell of burnt cabbage drifted out into the garden. That touch of human failure somehow added to the charm of the cottage? What? The road continued off to the north. What? That touch of human failure adds to the charm of the cottage. Okay. End of road. Exits lead north, northeast, east, west, northwest, and inside. I'm going to guess that west Takes us inside. Let's go west. Went west was in the kitchen of the alchemist's cottage. Light streamed in through the open doorway and through the small bottle glass window, falling softly on the rush matting that covered the floor. Tiny motes of dust danced a delicate, intricate gavotte. Gavotte? In the sunbeams. Opposite the door was a stone-built fireplace with an open fire. A big pot hung from an iron bar fitted across the chimney. Beneath the window was a cracked but well-scrubbed enamel sink. A small pile of washing up waiting to be done. A few bunches of herbs had been hung from the ceiling beams to dry. A small table in the middle of the room. To one side, a door led off to an inner room. Goodness gracious, there's tons of stuff. I've got to move those. Yeah, good enough. So this is the kitchen. Ingrid could see we have a tiny seed, a stripy bulb, china saucer, little brown bowl, china cup, black iron. And the exit leading to the inner room, east, west, and outside. East takes us outside, so west goes to the inner room. I'm just going to go to the inner room. Just exploring first and foremost. Ingrid went west was in the alchemist's library that led off from the kitchen. It was a small room. Most of the space was taken up by a big wooden bed. It was obviously very old. From the way that the mattress sagged in the middle, it was clear that the springs were going. Ingrid was sure that it couldn't be doing the alchemist's back any good, made a mental note to suggest that he got himself a GNU one. The wall opposite the bed was lined with shelves, and these carried more books than Ingrid had seen since she left the Institute. This is the library, and there are leather-bound books here. I'll read books. Ingrid took a book down off the shelf and browsed idly through it. The book was called The Complete Herbalist. She read, An Ode to Herb Tea. Oh, pungent tea, so smooth and brown, thee lifteth me up when I feel down. Aye, when I smell the leaf and things a-brewing, then my heart takes wings. What? Step-by-step alchemy. 1. Getting to know your PC. Unpack your personal cauldron kit carefully. Lay out the components on the kitchen table. You find a cauldron, 256 or 512 gil version, a keyboard, plus keys to hang on it, a minotaur, a similar mythical beast, mouse, if dead, ask for replacement. What? Potions in season. Happily, many potions can be made at any season of the year, for they do not depend upon specific plants. With this type, what is important is the contribution made to the potion by an ingredient. Thus, if smoothness is required, any ingredient with a smooth texture can be put in second. Is this important? Are we going to be crafting potions? Carefree gardening. There's nothing like the liberal application of weed killer to make a garden easy to manage. I give my plot a good all-over spray 3 times a year, or more often if I see any signs of growth. The best is flowers. It's right hairy stuff, pungent and bright red in color. Back garden alchemy. If thee want to animate thy green slave, leave it not to fate. Cut thyself a nice big berry, not a nut or leaf or cherry. Boil it up with something prickly, something sweet but not too sickly. Add to this a bit of green and pour it on the human bean. This seems important. Like, we're trying to revive the tea bush? Question mark? And so maybe we want to cast this spell to give ourselves a green thumb, so that way we can actually plant a replacement tea bush? I feel like I should be taking notes here. The Alchemist's Almanac. Of transmutation let us speak that secret that we all do seek. If unto us it could be told, then all that glitters would be gold. Dude, how many of these are there? The recognition of the fourfold nature of life is essential to the proper understanding of alchemical processes. Are there not 4 elements, 4 ingredients to each potion, 4 points of the compass, 4 corners to a horse, 4 wonders of the world, 4 deadly sins? Therefore let the 4s be with thee. 4 ingredients to each potion? What? Dude! Oh. Gnomic notes for gourmets. Oh. It's an old gnomish. So this is a gag that they established in the manual, or the journal that came with the game. Old Gnomish is like a variant of the language where they add G's before the N's in the middle of letters and not just the front. Mince 9 brown nuts and 7 green runner beans. An ink cap fungus and bacon lean. Blend in a noggin of wine and a nip of punch. Garnish with banana and drink it for lunch. Do I need to do that? Oh yeah, Nick. I'm not showing any dropped frames here on my end. Bagnagna. Prize pumpkins, massive marrows. If you're troubled by sickly plants, the answer lies in the soil. You've got to give them a good dose of liquid fertilizer. Follow the detailed instructions on page 73 using a leaf, making sure the mixture is smooth and yellow and smells a bit sour. Ugh. Are these gonna loop? Are there infinite books here? If thou aspires to wizardry, go thou where the plants do be, where two toads play and newts do sleep. Find thyself a compost heap, take the heap a heavy load, and use it well to cross the road. Compost heap. Pot full of potions. All-purpose antidote. Take a little pot and boil it up. Boil up in it a fresh young shoot, add a wrinkled bit of something, anything revolting, and a bit of greenery. I think we're gonna have to like cast all of these potions. Help with housework. A green slave is a great boon to have around the place. They're always very hard-working, and when they start to get old and tired, they make good, nutritious soup. What? If you really want to get to know your herbs, you must learn 4 things about them. Which part you should use, its texture, taste, and color. When used for potions, it's the order that matters. If an elderberry is the 3rd ingredient, what matters is its sour taste? Okay, I'm starting to get a sense of what I'm supposed to learn from this. A to Z of alchemy. Immortality. The secret of immortality is believed to have been discovered in 846 by the great alchemists Phil McCoffin, Paul Bearer. Wait, the Undertaker? Paul Bearer? The Urn? but was unfortunately lost as they failed to tell their heirs. A history of alchemy. Then the era when alchemy was regarded as a social service drew to a close. The alchemists retreated into their thatched cottages and grew thick hedges of privet around their gardens. This process, known as privatization, took the profits away from the communities which had once shared them. Oh my goodness, the puns. Oh dear God. Good. Good. Potions made simple. The trick to a potion is to identify its ingredients. Supposing you wanted to make one that was smooth, brown, leafy, and sweet. The order is important, and this is not necessarily the one used in the recipe. In fact, past, heart, appearance, smell, tint is always the order. So you should first put any leaf in your cauldron, then something smooth, then something sweet, finally something brown. See, this seems incredibly important. Past, part, appearance, smell, tint. So we have to... Okay. Assuming that this is actually important and something we need to pay attention to, and we're going to have to like craft potions. And we'll be given like descriptions here. We want to make one that's smooth, brown, leafy, sweet. Part is first. So we're looking for a smooth part, brown appearance, leafy smell, tinted sweet. No, leafy appearance. First put a leaf in your cauldron, then smooth. Because leafy is the part, so even though it's listed third, that's first. Smooth is the appearance, smell is sweet, tint is brown. Okay, I see, I see. I think. Cooking in a crucible. If you've been using your crucible for transmuting base metal into gold, then it will probably have a layer of lead on the inside. Do not try to remove this. If you scour it out, the inside will go rusty. As we always say, better lead than red. The Plant Picker's Pocketbook. It is sad but true that sometimes the most beautiful flowers are also the most deadly. They're also the ones we know least about. What? It just keeps going. How many of these are there? Spells in a saucepan. All herbal potions will be more effective if you chant this while stirring them. Necromancy, thaumaturgy, wizardry, and gramarye. Theurgy and voodoo, obia and hoodoo, magic versus charms and curses, mumbo jumbo, hocus pola. Things go better with Coca Cola. There's no magic in the words, but it does give a lovely rhythm to the stirring. What? Alchemy made simple. Sometimes the alchemist will find that things do not go quite to plan. The wrong ingredients are used and the pot does not produce the expected potion. When the serendipity factor is running high, the resulting brew will be good. It was in such a way that damson jam was discovered. But more commonly, the alchemist will have made that mixture to which we give the name gunge. Okay, this is looped back around to the start. Okay, we've read them all. There's like 10,000 books. So I think we're going to have to be cooking potions. But why? To what end? What potions? I don't know. Beautiful artwork. Let's go back to mapping. We gotta figure out the area, the geography. Tango Bunny, welcome. Finally back at it, yes. Finally. We finished part 1. We're just now starting up part 2 of Gnome Ranger here. Part 1 was nonsense. I had to consistently look up hints because it was impossible. I'm hoping part 2 goes a little bit better here. We're just getting started here. At the end of the road. Let's just keep exploring. Go east. Oh, beautiful graphics. This area might be small. Grassy plain, northwest and northwest. I went north was on a grassy plain beside a gentle climb up the hill to the east. The hill was fairly steep, a stiffish walk to the top, but quite manageable. And it would have been a real whiz for tobogganing down in the winter. Ingrid reckoned it should qualify a 3 broken leg rating, which made it well worth a visit when the snow came, as long as she could find her way back. This is the grassy plain. There is a thick hedge in this room. North, northeast. East, south, southwest, west, northwest. A mixed hedge, predominantly briar and quickthorn with a good sprinkling of bramble, privet, elder, and beech. A good, honest hedge, thought Ingrid, just the sort she'd like to see around Nettlefield. A good, honest hedge. A hedge. I think I'm gonna need to like pay attention to the species. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Oh, Lunacid. I actually played a little bit of Lunacid not long after it came out of early access, and honestly, it didn't really do it for me. I was kind of hoping it was going to be more of a Kingsfield style game or Shadow Tower style game. It's much more of like a melee first person shooter. At least that's how it felt. I played it and was like leveling up my speed and jumping and using mouse controls, and it kind of just plays like a Quake. It feels more like Quake, just without a map, and it was very confusing. And I ended up getting stuck and just kind of stopped playing it. It was fun enough for what it was. I do want to go back to it. It wasn't what I was expecting when I went into it. I thought it'd be a lot more slow paced and deliberate, which I guess it is at the start. And just I built my character to completely change the way the game played. It's an interesting game though. Keep exploring. West was following a north-south road across the plain, the entrance to the garden. South of this was the cottage. To the east could see the hill. Northeast was a scenic cliff. Far to the northwest was the mouth of a small cave. The road continued north into the distance, but Ingrid knew that she couldn't leave until she had revived the tea bush and made a drink for the kind old man. There you have it, confirmation. That's our goal. I wish these objects, could I make them visible? That's going to be confusing if I put them there. It's just going to have to do. Exits led north, northeast, all directions except southwest. Yeah. North, northeast. All directions. Do the nice, cozy mapping. Just making lines and boxes. Can't go northwest from here. Okay, keep going north. The end of the road. Yawning cave mouth. Oh. East, south, southeast, southwest, west, and inside. West probably takes me inside. The walls of the cave twitched menacingly as Ingrid stepped inside. The fusty, musty air caught at Ingrid's nostrils and drenched her tongue with its thick, cloying taste. The brown-green, mossy, murky floor rocked soggily beneath her feet. Ingrid stood just within the entrance to the cave, sensing that she was in the midst of a critical triumph. Of a critical moment. Was this the time to go boldly on, striding fearlessly on to triumph? Or was this the time to let discretion take the part of valor? Did she continue? No. Said we save. And then go west. And continue. And I died instantly. Ingrid stepped boldly into the cave and the entrance snapped shut behind her with a soft but very, very final sound. Alas, poor Ingrid. That was no cave. That was a carnivorous plant, an overgrown Venus flytrap with a very healthy appetite. The grisly details of what happened next are best glossed over. Thus ended Ingrid, the gnome, on a quest. She entered a cave for she thought it was best, but the cave was a plant and that plant had got thinner, and it said, "Pleased to see you, you must stay for dinner." Ingrid said, "No thank you, I really must go," but the plant shut its mouth and just muttered no. It ignored her cries and swallowed her moans, and 3 weeks later it spat out the bones. To have got Ingrid killed. How did I lose points? How did I lose points? Why do I only have 260? What? Oh no. You know, this part of the game might be awesome. Maybe it was just part 1 that didn't work for me, but this might be awesome. Cave. Can see the yawning cave mouth. Okay, that's an object in this room. Put that there. Dark, dank, yawning hole, the sides of which were covered with a thick growth of soggy greenery. Even from outside, Ingrid could smell a musty dampness and the stench of rottenness. It was not an attractive place, which of course made it almost irresistible to her adventurous spirit. Alright, so you die if you enter the cave, but there's room for another tile to exist behind the cave, which means we probably have to figure out how to get deeper into the cave, perhaps with a potion later on. But for now, we'll just ignore it. Keep exploring. Grassy plain. Grassy plain. A strange, somnolent smell came from the east. Somnolent? Like a sleepy smell? Somnolent. Sleepy or drowsy, yeah. The smell, specifically, the smell is described as being sleepy. East. south, southeast, southwest, west. When east was on a grassy plain beside a steep sheer cliff, high and smooth it stretched in a full circle all around the small plateau, with not the slightest trace of a path or of a climbable tumble of rocks anywhere along its length. Clearly, this was not a cliff that wanted people to get up it. This was not a cliff that wanted two people to get up it. Near the top of the cliff, a small plant clung to the rock face. Exits led south, southwest, and west. Oh, I think I just died. Near the top of the Ingrid could see an ethereal air plant. Ingrid breathed in the scent of the air plant flower. It was delightfully fresh and pungent smell, evoking visions of sunrise on a spring morning at Nettlefield, of dew sparkling in the grass and sandy bottom field, and the distant hint of mother's cooking, of burnt toast and greasy bacon. It was also highly poisonous. Ingrid breathed in once more, and then no more. Oh, listen now and heed my warning, those who pick flowers of a morning. The pretty ones might look quite spiffing, but they are not so good for sniffing. Ingrid found a little beauty, said, "Let's have a smell, you cutie." She sniffed the smell, went to her head. Poor old Ingrid. Now she's dead. This is awesome. This is the cliff. So another room that just instantly kills you if you enter here. We have the ethereal air plant. You die if you enter. Exits lead south, southwest, and west. And we were warned of the somnolent smell from this tile. Okay, so ram, restore. Smell comes from the east. We're back to this tile. Let's go southeast. Grassy plain. Strange, unpleasant smell came from the direction of the cliff to the north. North, south, southwest, west, northwest. Yeah, this looks tiny. Oh, MP83, welcome. I love the poetry as well, Dana. It's great. It's a nice little touch. I don't know. Part 2. The hint book said that part 1's all about animals, which implies that parts 2 and 3 will be about different things. This one seems to be more plant-oriented. But the smells of the plants could be important, especially when it comes to crafting these potions, which we've learned so much about. Let's go west. Got to fill in these empty spaces. Strange whiffs of powerful fragrances came from the northeast. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, all 8 directions. Go west. Grassy plain. All 8 directions. There is nothing. There is nothing anywhere in this game. That's not true. There's things. East was on the grassy plain to the north of an unclimbable hill. Okay. But yeah, Trizbort. That's the name of the program. It's incredibly helpful. I'm a big fan of it. The interactive fiction mapper. Even though for a game like this sort of map isn't all that useful, since you can just type go to place or run to place and just jump around from place to place as long as you know the key locations. I think it's still helpful for me just to kind of visualize the game world and have lists of objects to keep track of. I kind of use it partially to help take notes. And yeah, we can also like infer that there's things to be found in negative spaces, things like that. It is useful. It's I always like maps. Plus, it's just inherently satisfying to make a map of a place. It's one of the simple pleasures in this world. There's something down here. Let's go. We go east from here. The hedge suddenly flexed itself, reaching out with grabbing briars to clutch and block Ingrid. Beautiful, beautiful graphics. Okay, the hedge prevents us from traveling east. Interesting. Hedge block us. So if I go north and then southeast, I can't go southeast. Yeah, dungeon crawler. I want to play those Etrian Odysseys. They look really fun. Somewhere around here. I don't remember where I put them. I think I still have my maps for Megami Tensei 1 and 2. Man, we gotta play Shin Megami Tensei this year. I'm gonna play some Shin Megami Tensei. Maybe the next big dungeon crawler will be Shin Megami Tensei. Maybe, probably not this month. But maybe in February or March we can get stuck into that. I think that'd be so much fun. I want to play that. Go east. Go east. Northwest. Oh, okay. Here's the map. Here's the map. That's it. We only have this number of rooms at the outset. Now, there's nothing. Oh boy. Okay. So, our ultimate goal is to revive the tea bush here in the garden. The tea bush. We have a whole bunch of items. Seeds, bulbs, saucers, bowls, cups, a black iron. There's a book that had like 10 or 12 different passages we could read, which went into detail about like potions and spells and green thumb action. As far as barriers or obstacles, there's the cave that kills us if we enter it. There's likely something deeper into the cave if we can survive the entry. There's the plant up here that kills us if we enter this tile. We either need to build a gas mask or hold or plug our nose or something. And then there's a hedge that prevents us from going east here. That's it. Like, okay. Yo, Duke Donuts, welcome. I'm doing well. Finally back from my extended holiday. Playing some more Gnome Ranger. This game is quite twisted. So what do I even do? We run to kitchen. Let's assemble our inventory items. Oh, I want to play Persona 3. That's like the Persona game I'm most interested in. I want to play the original Persona 3. The first one where you can't control your party members and it's very aggravating and frustrating. I want to play that version of the game. PlayStation 2. Okay, let's just try and take everything. What does that net us? Tiny seed, stripy bulb, china saucer, little brown bowl, china cup. And left in the room is the iron pot. I forgot to write the word pot. Probably Duke. Well, I really want to play Xanadu soon, so that's going to be high up on the list. I expect a lot of friction trying to play Xanadu, but I really want to play it. It's on my short list of games to play. I want to get to it this month. I still have to finish Drod, though. The short-term plans are Gnome Ranger until it's complete, and then Drod until it's complete, and then we'll probably dive into Xanadu after Drod. I do want to squeeze in a La Mulana replay, the original classic La Mulana. I want to replay that. Maybe we do that after Drod and then play Xanadu. There's so many games I want to play. Why are games so fun? Yeah, same here, Helical. I really want to play. I want to play Romancia. I really want to play Sorcerian. I want to play Romancia, not nearly as much as I want to play Sorcerian, but I gotta play Romancia first. And then don't forget Drazzle Family, Legacy of the Wizard. I want to play that too. Sorcerian looks ultimate though. Wizardry 4. I gotta play Wizardries 1 through 3 first. Which would be a lot of fun. But there's just too many games. There's too many games. Console port of Wizardry 4. Was that for the PlayStation? I know the PlayStation got a lot of weird, unexpected ports. Like there's Zork 1 through 3 on PlayStation, I believe. Oh, PC Engine CD. Cool. Wizardry 4. Maybe someday. Perhaps someday. I'll do my Wizardry arc. And we can experience the joys of Wizardry 4 blind playthrough. Okay, what did I pick up? A seed of... Okay, I've got to look at all these. Look, seed. Smooth, flat green seed. Small enough to fit on the end of Ingrid's little finger. That is on her little middle finger. A little too big to fit on her little finger. What's the little letter? What? Which finger is the little or the little big or the little middle? The little middle, is there a big middle next to the little middle? A little finger, is there like a big little and a little big and a little middle? Look at the bulb. Quite large, but not very heavy. In fact, Ingrid might have said it was a light bulb. The puns! It's had bright blue and white stripes running top to bottom all the way around it, and the wispy remains of some old roots at its base. Look at the saucer. The same design as the cup, with a matching herb motif and brown ring. From years of pouring tea into the saucer to cool. Small earthenware one, the sort that would normally be used for holding sugar. Chipped little china cup. Well, we can go pick up the turds. Where am I? We're in the kitchen. Okay, so we go east. Oh, beautiful artwork. Northwest. Take the compost. There's a bunch of objects in this room. There's a thistle clump. A vicious thistle clump. Nasty prickly clump of gray-green thistles. The spines on the leaves were as long and as sharp as needles and were able to catch anyone who attacked the plant from any direction. Which was one very good reason why no one ever attacked it. The thistles were topped with a scatter of dull red flowers. Growing from it was a prickly thistle flower. Prickly thistle flower. A rather unattractive brown flower, almost as prickly as the thistle plant itself. Its scent was sweet and wasn't a bad attempt at a flower, considering the coarse and antisocial nature of the plant. But it wasn't the sort that Ingrid would want to wear behind her ear. Okay. We have a rowan sapling. Long, thin sapling striving valiantly to stand upright and failing miserably. If it caught the wind the right way, it could haul itself up almost straight and wobble its leaves at the sky for a few brief moments before keeling over again. Growing from it was a rowan berry. Took the rowan berry. Fuck. Gotta love Scorpia. Gotta love Scorpia. Fortunately, computer gaming world and Scorpia reviews were before my time. So I have no history with her. Elderbush. Let's look at our berry. So I think the descriptions of all of these plant-based items we're picking up are going to be very important, because it seems like we're going to have to craft spells or potions using the past principle. Past, P-A-S-T, part, appearance, smell, tint. We must assess the parts, appearance, smell, and tints of each piece of greenery of plant that we are acquiring and mix them in the correct combination to create potions of something or another. I don't know if we're going to be given a list of potions or if it's going to be a mix and match, figure it out on your own sort of deal. But there's elderbush next. Substantial but well-pruned bush. Big fruited, though big spine variety, but its branches were spaced out enough to allow people to pick the berries. Growing from it was a hairy elderberry. Oh, let's pick that hairy elderberry. Look, hairy elderberry. Oh, it was a good size one. Ingrid was amazed to see that its skin was covered with a stipple of short hairs. Like a balding gnome with a crew cut. It was full-bodied but still deep green in color, looked to be some weeks from ripeness. Ingrid decided it was probably sour. Jiggy, welcome. Thank you very much for the 7-month resub. Can you imagine doing no misses on text adventures? Just follow a walkthrough. That'd be easy. This is not a no miss. These puns, man. This is, oh, so many puns. Okay, mint clump is the next bush here. So we're trying to revive a tea bush. We're in part 2 of Gnome Ranger, part 2 of 3. Part 1, I had to use a lot of hints. I couldn't figure anything out on my own, but we eventually muddled our way through it. We destroyed an evil witch's wand with the help of a unicorn and a leprechaun and an eagle and a swarm of dogs and so on and so forth. We destroyed an evil witch, freeing the land of her menace, and then we just walked away. And then part 2 begins, and we're just at a house, and there's a man here, and the man's like, hey, you want some tea? Go pick a tea leaf for me. So we walk into his garden, pick a tea leaf, and the tea bush disintegrates, and then the man says, hey, why'd you pick that tea leaf? You just ruined my bush. Now I'm sad. And so we're playing the game. That's our motivation. We have to revive the tea bush, which we killed by picking a leaf from it. We've explored the relative vicinity. Did not find very much of note, but there was a little bit of note. And now I'm just going back over some of these areas and really thoroughly going over each of the objects in the different rooms to see all the different inventory items I can find to help us on our quest. Thick growth of shoots, almost as solid as a bush. Centermost stems were topped with small patches of dull pale violet where flowers would soon emerge. As Ingrid brushed against the clump, the delicious minty fragrance filled the air. Growing from it was a pungent smelling mint leaf. Take mint leaf. Little green mint leaf from the edge of the clump, adding its bit to the pungency that filled the air. Nice, thought Ingrid. All I need now is a roast lamb. There's gnarled trees here as well. A set of 3 trees, planted so close together that their upper branches had grown into a single tangled mass. Looking upwards from between the trunks, Ingrid could see nothing but a dark green and brown morass of leaves and bark. Pine trees? What? Ingrid climbed up one of the trees, squeezing through a screen of leaves on the lower branches. She found a platform linking the tree to the 2 others, and a roof and walls made from interwoven branches. Excuse me. The 3 trees had grown into a huge treehouse, and a live one, too. As soon as she steps onto the platform, a lugubrious voice groaned deeply. Oh, my creaking boards, my poor aching limbs. Ingrid stopped in surprise and peered around the dim green light within the treehouse. There was no one in sight. Who's there? She asked. Where? The deep, hollow voice asked. In this treehouse, replied Ingrid. In the treehouse, the voice echoed hollowly. But I am the treehouse. Who's in me asking who's in me? Ingrid introduced herself and apologized nicely for entering the treehouse without asking. The voice said, That's all right, Ingrid Bottomblow. It happens all the time. It happened about 500 years ago, and I expect it will happen again before the end of the millennium. What is going on? Okay, we don't stay in the treehouse. But now the trees themselves are no longer described as trees, it's a tree house. No, we are in the tree house. Oh, that's not a different room. Interesting. That's not a different room. That's like a container within this room. A living tree house. Dude, I can't see the names of my... There's too many items here. I can't see the names of my stuff. We call it a tree house. Hey, Furcon, welcome. Thank goodness the clue sheets are up for this game. I've had to use them extensively to get through part 1. I haven't used them yet on part 2 here. A living treehouse. So I guess now the treehouse is a character we can ask questions to. Treehouse, tell me about the cave. The yawning cave mouth is a... No. See, this... the dialogue is so weird. I knew this would happen, I just didn't realize it. When I ask the treehouse to tell me about the cave that eats me up here. The yawning cave mouth is a dark, dank, yawning hole, the sides of which were covered with a thick growth of soggy greenery. Even from outside, Ingrid could smell a musty dampness and the stench of rottenness. It was not an attractive place, which of course made it almost irresistible to her adventurous spirit. It literally just copy and pastes the same examination text you would receive if you looked at it yourself, which doesn't really make a lot of sense in the context of the game. Why was the treehouse telling me what I could smell as if I were there smelling it when I'm not? Oh well. T-bush. The withered remains of a once fine plant. This was the bush that had collapsed and died when Ingrid had picked one of its leaves. Ingrid still thought it was a bit of a wimp. Really? Carrying on like that over one little leaf. The treehouse probably doesn't like us. Leave treehouse. Exit treehouse. I'm inside the treehouse, just hanging out. I guess we're friends. So we have a whole crapload of items. I guess we're supposed to try and cast spells now? Let me see if I can get to this plant up here. So we go northeast, northeast, northeast. Can I do that? I can't. Okay, cool. So a strange, somnolent smell comes from the east. We enter this tile to the east, we die because there's a poisonous plant here. Can I hold nose? Hold breath. East. Hold breath, okay. Ingrid could see an ethereal airplane. Ingrid could feel the blood pounding in her ears, and her heart straining and lungs near bursting. Her head swam with dizziness. It was no good. Time was running out, and Ingrid was running out of air. The air plant retracted its beautiful flower in a nervous flurry. Breathe. Oh, I died. Okay, so we can hold breath. And this gets us one turn, which we can move over here. And maybe I just have to pick the plant right away, because it retracts its flower. No, I think we need the flower specifically from the air plant. Take air plant. The air plant was out of reach on top of the cliff. Oh, it's like up in the air. Okay. There it clung tremulously in a perpetual agony of vertigo, but too fearful of attack to allow itself to climb down. Ingrid dies. Okay. So it's out of reach? Now we haven't even found any like NPCs to help us. The old man alchemist seems to have completely disappeared. At least he didn't show up while I was in his house or the garden. The tree house, the living tree house is a character, but that's it. I don't think we'll be able to recruit the living tree house and have it follow us up here. Although maybe, you never know. This game's insane. That could be the solution. The tree house might have to pick the plant for us. It's interesting that we do get an extra turn, or one turn to act on this tile with our breath held. We either have to diffuse the plant smell, pick the plant, or just leave. Oh. I want to try and look at the plant. I know this is going to kill me, but I haven't had a chance to just examine the ethereal air plant. An intriguing plant with a delicate yellow flower. Type was very unusual in that part of the world. Like all air plants, it didn't send roots into the soil in search of water, but instead hung some out to absorb moisture from the air. Other roots clung tightly to the cliff where it grew. This particular plant was extremely scared of animals and had pulled its flower as far away from Ingrid as possible. The air plant's leaves twitched sporadically as it was gripped by sudden terrors, and it seemed to be forever on the point of retreating completely within its crevice. Sigmund Freund, the famous plantoanalyst, would have pointed to its traumatic seedhood when it was blown from its pod at far too early an age by a terrible storm and carried to a very inhospitable place miles from its mother. Behavioral plantologists would disagree and suggest that the plant kept twitching because there were continual attempts to pluck it. This game, dude, this game rules. Alright, I died. So it does specifically say the plant retreats because it's scared of Ingrid. So I think we're going to need to recruit somebody to help us with this situation. So I don't feel like we're capable of obtaining this plant just yet. The treehouse is the only character I found. So let's run to treehouse and see if we can recruit it. Treehouse, follow me. Of course, instantly, or very soon thereafter, it waved its long branches slowly, flicking its twiglets and showering the ground with green flowers. Okay, wait. I don't think it can move. I think the passage of time is perceived differently for a treehouse compared to a gnome. I think the tree thinks it's moving quickly, but it's going to take like hundreds of years for it to... It like shook its leaves and it's going to like grow new tree, and then those trees will mature and shake their leaves and like drop seeds and grow, and it's going to do that to move and follow me over the course of like hundreds of years. I think is what's going on here. This game's a little insane in like the best way. Okay, let's go back. Let's reassess this. Treehouse. Treehouse. Go northeast. Leave it to me. The grass doesn't grow under my feet when I'm on a job. Treehouse said, I really am most terribly sorry, Ingrid Bottomlow. I'm going to have to stop. I know you'll be disappointed, but I can't go that way because there's no soil for me to walk on. Still, life's full of these disappointments. Treehouse shrugged its branches and settled its roots comfortably for a nice quiet stand. It shuffled a trunk into some new soil, wriggled its roots around gratefully, and gave a long, lugubrious sigh. Okay, so we need to, like, transplant soil for it. Because there's this road running straight down the middle here. Let me see if the treehouse can go north. Treehouse, go north. It went north. If we aren't going anywhere, do you mind if I do a bit of growing? Dude, this is really cool. Okay, this game's awesome. Now I do have a compost heap in my possession. Perhaps that will act as dirt to allow the tree to traverse across the road. Let's go east here. Drop compost. Whoops. The treehouse is here! Oh, dude, it worked! No way. Okay, go northeast. Alright, so we're right here. The treehouse is with us. We have to use the treehouse's help to achieve possession of this plant. Treehouse. Go northeast and pick and get air plant. And go southwest and give air plant to me. It went northeast. Treehouse? Did you do it? Did you win? Maybe we need to climb the treehouse. Whoa. Ingrid could see the treehouse. In it was Ingrid. Treehouse said, "Hello, back so soon, Ingrid Bottomlow. And I expect you will be wanting me to give you a lift. It's all go round here today. All this rush and excitement. I don't know what the world's coming to." Treehouse picked up one of its trunks for a moment, flexed it stiffly, and complained woodenly about his rheumatism. Mr. Saturn, do welcome. How does a treehouse move? By, I don't know, one limited time, I suppose. So we are in the treehouse. Okay, I gotta think this through here. Treehouse. Wait one turn. Then go northeast. No sooner said than done. Now, during the turn, before it goes, I need to hold my breath. Treehouse went northeast. Ingrid was on the grassy plain beside a steep sheer cliff, high and smooth, stretching full circle all around the plateau. Blah, blah, blah. Small plant clung to the rock face. Take air plant. It resisted solidly and could not be moved. Treehouse, take air plant. It couldn't have taken the air plant. It couldn't have taken the ethereal air plant. It just couldn't. It just can't. What are you thinking? It can't do that. What are you thinking, man? You just couldn't. Okay, well, the treehouse can't pick up items for us. So we need to figure out why it resisted solidly and could not be moved. We have precisely one turn, although this time I had 2 turns. Because you hold your breath and then you get 2 turns and then you have to breathe. Without the treehouse here, what happened was I held my breath. On the first turn, I walked under the tile with the plant. On the second turn, I tried to do something. Here, the treehouse takes me into that tile without me having to spend the turn to move. So that buys me 1 extra turn to play with. I feel like we're going to need something else. Either to prevent it from retracting its flower, or some method of taking the entire plant. Although all the other plants that we've come across, we've picked something off the plant rather than taking the entire plant itself. So I think the idea here is we do need to get the flower. Now we have the height, the elevation covered. I'm getting somewhere here. Did I do it right? There we go. Oh, why did I save here? In the treehouse? Ethereal air plant? Oh, we gotta run. Gotta run before I die. Okay. Climb tree. Now we can save. So, try this again. Treehouse. Wait, then go northeast. Hold breath. The air, see, instantly, the air plant retracted its beautiful flower in a nervous flurry. Plant, give me your flower. Let's just talk to it. Gotta leave, otherwise I die. Pungent smelling mint leaf. Just a little brown bowl. Small earthenware. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing here. Edge. I think I need magic. I think we need potions. I think we have to really dig into and assess each of our individual items for their parts, their appearance, their smells, and their tints. And then figure out how to combine them and craft potions. to revive the tea bush. I wish I had like a list of spells. That'd be much too simple. Perhaps we're supposed to extrapolate and just figure out the spells based on the individual parts. All right, let's put a pause on Ethereal Air Plant for now. There's still a passage over here and something up here. But it doesn't feel like I can get much farther without the magic. So, where... I'm here. Southwest. Treehouse. Stay here. Treehouse. Stop following. In fact, we can just take the compost to prevent the treehouse from getting back to where it was. Gotta go into the house. A big pot hung from an iron bar fitted across the chimney. Beneath the window was a cracked but well-scrubbed enamel sink, small pile of washing up waiting to be done. A few bunches of herbs been hung from the ceiling beams, small table. Yeah, okay. The way the game describes rooms does not necessarily match up with a list of objects. Basically, there's the room description itself, and then the list of exits from the room, and then the list of objects within that room. So unless something appears at the very end of the description here, maybe we could see a black iron pot. Only the black iron pot is something we can interact with. Nothing else described in this text is an object in the game that we can interact with. Just the black iron pot. So like the sink here is useless. Like it won't even recognize the term sink. Yep. So I guess we have to figure out how to cast magic based on these books. Yeah, treehouse. That's absolutely correct. A living treehouse following us around. Well, let's read some books. Let's do this again. Potions can be made at any season of the year, for they do not depend upon specific plants. What is important is the contribution made to the potion by an ingredient. Thus, if smoothness is required, any ingredient with a smooth texture can be put in second, because of the past system, PAST, part appearance, smell, tint. Appearance is the second, smooth texture, second ingredient. Flowers, right hairy stuff, pungent, bright red. See, here we have to try and like sift through these books to see which ones are actually relevant and which ones are just nonsense. It's very hard to tell, like, is this important here? Weed killer? Flowers? Flowers brand weed killer? I don't know. Black or back garden alchemy. Boom. Okay, this is a recipe. This is a spell right here. This is a spell. Animate thy green slave. I don't know what a green slave is here. Cut thyself a nice big berry. Boil it up with something prickly, something sweet, but not too sickly. Add to this a bit of green. Pour it on the human being. So the 4 individual parts here that we're worried about. Part, appearance, smell, tint. Berry is the part. Appearance, prickly. So we're looking for first a berry, then a prickly. Smell would be sweet, smells sweet. And then tint, green. So we need a berry, a prickly something, a sweet something, and a green something. And then we can cast the spell. Okay, let's look at my items. I need to take stock of every item I have and record its attributes. Make this a little bit easier. This would be a spreadsheet, would be helpful for this. Tiny seed. Okay, tiny seed is the part. Appearance, smooth. Smell, no smell. Tint, green. Okay, so there's green. I guess smooth plus flat. Smooth, flat. So there's my green something. Okay. Thistle flower should be my prickly. I'm writing all these down in a notepad document, by the way. Part. Is the flower considered the part? I suppose the flower would be the technical part. The appearance is prickly. Smell, sweet. We need prickly and sweet. We need 2 different things. Okay, that's fine. Color, the tint is brown. Okay. I skipped the stripy bulb. Let's look at that. Not trippy. Stripy bulb. So the part would be the bulb. It's a light bulb. Appearance, blue and white. Smell, no smell. Although perhaps we have to go back to the bush that we picked it from to get some of the information here. Like perhaps the bulb itself doesn't have a smell, but the bush that we picked the bulb from does. That's very possible. Color. Wait, no. Appearance is large. Color is not appearance. Blue and white stripes. This is really cool. I just hope this all works out. And I'm not just going on a wild goose chase here, but this seems to be where we're supposed to focus our attention on. Okay, we got tiny seed, stripy bulb, prickly thistle. Next object of interest is rowan berry. So we're looking for the part, the appearance, the smell, and the tint. So it's a seed. Nope, no, it's a smooth skinned, sweet smelling ruby red. So it's a berry, smooth skinned, sweet smelling ruby red. Okay, nice and straightforward. The hairy elderberry. Part, and it's a berry. Appearance is hairy. Smell. decided it's probably sour. Is that from a smell? Full-bodied but still deep green in color. It might smell sour. It's deep green. Okay. Mint leaf is the last one. Looking for part. Mint leaf. So it's a leaf, that's the part. Appearance. Little green mint leaf from the edge of the clump, adding its bit to the pungency that filled the air. The smell is just pungent, I guess. Yeah, pungent smelling mint leaf. It's explicitly described as pungent smelling, okay. I'm not sure what the appearance is. Little, maybe? We'll just say little. Little, pungent, green. So I don't know if we can get more of these once we use one in a spell. Or if this is like soft locked city here. So to cast the animate green slave spell, we need a berry, a prickly, a sweet, and a green. Let's try and do that. Let's get the picture back. Where am I? I presume we mix these all up in the... Okay, we're in the library. We probably have to go to the cauldron. There's the black iron pot. A large cast iron pot, the sort that would have been called a cauldron, had its owner been the witch, or classed as a casserole if its owner had been a gourmet. As it was, the owner was an alchemist, so it could be christened a crucible, except that he only used it for brewing potions and cooking his meals. The outside has a thick black coating of soot from countless years of hanging over the fire. The inside is a thick black coating of burnt food from countless times of being left hanging over the fire too long because the alchemist had nodded off. Let's do a save here, a hard save, because I'm unsure. We'll call it pot. Game disc back in. Alright, sorry, just making notes here as I go. I gotta record the names of my saved games. Oh, Retro Gaming Denmark, welcome. Yeah, this game rules. Hey, Josh Graham's welcome. It could be the unripe hairy elderberry? I think it was unripe. We may have to, like, tend to the plant in some way to cause it to ripen before we pick it, or pick another one. Or maybe by picking it early, we've already soft locked ourselves. Alright, well, let's start throwing stuff in the pot here. Berry, prickly, sweet, green. I'm gonna ram save as well. I don't know why, just terrified. So we only have one prickly item, the thistle flower. Sweet. The thistle is sweet, but so's the rowan berry. Which leaves the elderberry as berry. So elderberry is the berry, thistle flower is the prickly, rowan berry is the sweet, and then I have mint leaf or tiny seed for green. I don't know which one I should use, so put rowan berry in pot. The alchemist's pot boiled and bubbled noisily. Oh, put thistle flower. Poo. Poo. Okay. Oh, I screwed up. I used the rowan berry first. Okay, RAM restore. I can't even keep track of my own items. Sweet has to be the rowan berry, which means hairy elderberry first. Okay, put hairy elderberry in the pot. And now put the prickly thistle flower in the pot. And now we put the rowan berry in the pot for my sweet. Now finally something green. We have to pick tiny seed or mint leaf. I'm gonna go with a tiny seed. Okay, put seed in the pot. The pot spat out the tiny seed. Okay, we have to plant the tiny seed for it to grow into a plant, which we pick something from to use in the spell. Okay, so let's put the mint leaf in. The alchemist's pot boiled and bubbled noisily and magically produced an animate potion. Take animate potion. We got a spell. A seething, foaming liquid, a cross between a gooseberry fool and a fancy foreign beer. Ingrid wondered if it would be able to reach the parts that other potions couldn't reach. What? Pour it on the human being was what we were told on the spell book. What does this spell even do? Yo, Dialoco, welcome. Happy New Year. I think this game's pretty cool. Part 1 was nonsense. It was complete nonsense. I couldn't figure anything out on my own. I had to extensively look up the hints. There was some stuff that just don't make any sense. I don't, even retroactively, don't know how you would ever figure out what to do. It's possible I just missed a couple clues, but there's some stuff there that was just terrible. Now we're in part 2 here, and this is a lot more exciting. Like, I'm really into this here. This is cool. I at least have things to do. That's probably the big difference. Part 1, you're just kind of left to your own device in this giant field. And just figure it out. Here, it's kind of the same way, but there's enough little clues to point us in the right direction, to where I at least feel like I'm making progress and working on something and figuring things out. Whereas before, in part 1, I just kind of explored. There's a rainbow. Okay. Well, what do you do with a rainbow? I don't know. There's a rainbow. What else is there? Oh, there's a forest. Okay. There's 7 items in a store. I guess we only needed one of those, like 7 items in the store. There were so many items in part 1 that were completely useless and unused, which only added to the mystery and confusion I had. It's like we had like a dozen items, or at least access to a dozen items, and we used very few of them, which makes it very hard to try and figure out what to do. Anyway, that's over and done with. What do I use this potion for? I don't know. If we go east and northwest, let me see if I can replenish my ingredients. Vicious Thistle Club. Look. Thistle. Oh, look. Thistle Club. I don't think I can pick a thistle flower anymore. Take thistle flower? Nope. Okay, so these ingredients are one-time use. What happens if I just pour the animate potion onto the tea bush here? Pout. Pour animate potion. I can't type, man. On tea bush. Put the animate potion on the withered tea bush. What? Pour. I said pour, not put. Empty potion on tea bush? Oh, don't put it. I'm gonna save. Drink potion. Look, tastes like Grandma Newton's cold tea. Alright, I'm soft locked. What is that? What? Pour it on the human bean. Is what the spellbook said. Cut thyself a nice big berry, boil it up with something prickly, something sweet but not too sickly, add to this a bit of green, pour it on the human bean. I assumed this would give you a literal green thumb. Can I dip thumb in potion? Can I pour potion over thumb? Can I pour potion on me? Ingrid, put the animate potion on Ingrid. What? This is balancing it on my head? Take potion. Couldn't see the steaming potion of thick gunge. That's not the potion! Take animate potion. I already have it. It's on my head. I already have it on my head. What's this potion held in? Is it... Ingrid wondered if it would be able to reach the parts that other potions couldn't reach. What does that mean? Alright, let's not worry about it just yet. Go back into the kitchen. There's my seed. Take the tiny seed. It occurs to me that at this point we only have a stripy bulb, a seed, and no other plants. And each spell takes 4 ingredients. I mean, the ethereal air plant up here has a flower which would likely be used in one of the coming spells. There's this area we haven't gone to yet, in this area up here. So now we have to find more ingredients. I'm still a little bit worried that I used the wrong ingredients in this, but these were the only ones I could, unless there's a way to plant this seed and have it grow, like in the compost. Try that. Compost in the animate potion to make it grow fast. Okay. Just in case we still need the tree to traverse the road. tree house, sorry. Let's put it on this tile. Drop compost. Put seed in compost? I couldn't have put the tiny seed there. Drop seed? Take seed. Plant seed in compost. I couldn't have grown it here. It's going pretty well, Summer. We're actually making really good progress here. Part 2 is a lot more fun than part 1. It's actually engaging here. Take the compost. Take it to a different tile. Let's just go to the garden. Maybe there's only a specific room where we can plant the seed. Plant seed. The green slave grew vigorously, shooting up in an instant. Wait! And we have an animate thy green slave spell. What's a green slave? A small green person. Not as attractively proportioned as a gnome, but more like an undernourished human. Its arms and legs were fairly flat and skinny. Oh! And the round, lumpy muscles made them look rather like runner beans. Beans! The body was as skinny as a gherkin and had the same kind of rough skin. The head, apple-cheeked and with nose like a damson jammed on, was topped with grassy hair and could do with a mow. However much this green slave, this mixed green salad on legs, might look like a person, it was clearly no more than a plant. It just stood there, toes rooted to the spot, swaying gently in the light breeze with not a trace of animation, not the slightest sign of life. Except, I have a potion. Potion. You can't use the word use. Pour potion on green slave. Okay, no, you just put it on top of the green slave. The green slave came to life, like Ingrid's brother Bumpy, waking up from a 2-day lie-in. It stretched its back and straightened its neck, then slowly opened its eyes and closed them again. It flexed its arms and wriggled its fingers. Then did a long, creaking knees bend. The ivy twisted around its trunk. Finally it wrinkled its nose, smacked its lips, and opened its eyes again. It was as ready to face the world as it would ever be. Green slave, follow me. Willingly, dearest gnome maid. Dude, this rules. Okay. So we use the green slave now to get the ethereal air plant. Because the air plant retracted away from Ingrid specifically. But if the green slave is in the treehouse and the treehouse moves to the plant with the green slave in the treehouse, and the green slave could pick the plant for us. Everything's coming together here. Run to treehouse. Treehouse. Where am I? I don't know where I am. We're not adjacent to the ethereal air plant. So treehouse, follow me. Northeast. Okay. We are on this tile. So let's do a save here. How do I do this? We have to like coordinate. So I want the green slave to climb the tree. Do I even need to hold my breath and do that? I don't think I even need to come with him. I think I want the green slave to climb the tree. Green slave climb tree house. Your wish is my command, but your command of the language is too exalted for a mere vegetable to understand. Put green slave in treehouse. The green slave lifted a foot and shook a slug off. It shuddered and said, "Yuck, horrible, slimy things." Green slave, follow me. I don't know how to get the green slave into this treehouse. Just wait. It's too long to wait. Green slave, go up. There you go. Okay. Up. Obviously, one of the main directions of text adventures. Up, down, in, out. It never clicked in me. Never clicked to me that I was traveling up to climb the treehouse, even though it makes perfect sense. Because the treehouse interior is not a different room, then it's confusing. But I think, okay. Green slave is in the treehouse. So we need... Does the green slave breathe? Does the green slave need to hold its breath? No. I want the green slave to wait one turn and then pick the flower from the ethereal air plant. Wait, then pick flower. And now treehouse, go northeast, then wait, then go southwest. The air plant was out of reach on top of the cliff because the green slave came out of the tree. Okay, I have to tell it to go up into the tree. Okay, failure. Green slave, go up, and then wait, then pick flower, then find me and give flower to me. Treehouse, go northeast, then wait, then southwest. I just died. Oh, okay, it worked, but I can't ever hold the flower. Oh, dude, this is sick. Okay. We got the flower, but as soon as Ingrid tried to take it, or rather, as soon as the green slave gave it to Ingrid, I died. So the green slave's entire purpose is to pick the flower and then deposit in the cauldron for us. The problem is I don't know the specific properties of the flower yet. The appearance, well, I know the part. I can guess the smell. I don't know the appearance or the tint of it. We get a couple different descriptions of its smell. From the southeast, it's described as a powerful fragrance. From here, it's a somnolent fragrance, sleepy. What was it from here? Unpleasant smell. So if it's a sleepy smell, and perhaps we use that to put the hedge to sleep or put the cave to sleep. Hey, Bane's welcome. Happy New Year. A donkey fell in a bowl of sugar. Now that's a sweet ass. Okay, thank you. I don't know what to think of that joke. Okay, we need to assess this ethereal hair plants. Green slave. Go up. Then wait. We need to also test the limits of how close we can be to the plant. Can the green slave hold on to the plant for us and have us not die while we're in the same room? Or do we need to, once the green slave picks the flower, always keep the green slave one room removed from us? Go up into the treehouse, then wait, then pick flower. Treehouse, go. We are south, so we go north. It's possible, the thought just occurred to me as well. Because we're given 3 separate smell descriptions, depending on what angle we are, or what room we are next to the plant, perhaps what room we're in when we send it to be picked determines the smell. It doesn't make a lick of sense logically, but in the game universe that could be relevant. Okay, treehouse, go north. And wait, and south. I died. Oh, brutal. Brutal. Air plant. So yeah, if we're in the same room as the air plant, we die. So that means I got to do this a little differently. I can hold my breath, go into the room with him, do one command, and then I die. Unless that one command is to tell him to go somewhere else, which he should execute immediately before I die. So I'm close here, but we're now, okay, we're southwest of it, so green slave, go up and wait, pick flower, and then go down and wait. Treehouse, go northeast, and wait, and wait, and then southwest. I should survive this. Treehouse returns to me. Empty treehouse. Green slave is northwest, waiting. Okay, so let's do a save here. I might be dead. Okay. Hold breath. Look at flower. A delicate pale yellow flower with petals as thin as a dragonfly's wings and as smooth and soft as a gnome baby's bottom. Stamens as frail as a ladybird's eyelashes swayed under the weight of its head, cloud white pollen. The air around the flower seemed to shimmer as if it were filled with a pungent scent. Ingrid knew the flower's fragrance was more substantial than the flower itself. Alright, so we now have the thistle flower got used, tiny seed was planted, we have a stripy bulb in our possession, and the air flower. Parts would be a flower. Appearance. What? How do I describe the appearance of it? Is it delicate? Is it thin? Is it smooth and soft as a gnome baby's bottom? Is it frail? Appearance could be a number of different things. I'm just going to list all of those adjectives. Delicate, thin petals, smooth and soft, frail stamens. What even are stamens? Is some sort of plant terminology? The male fertilizing organ of a flower, typically consisting of a pollen-containing anther and a filament. Okay, it's the little things. It's the things and the thing. Smell. Pungent. Substantially pungent. Perhaps somnolent or powerful. I think this is a sleeping. I think this will be using like a sleeping potion of some sort. And then the tint is yellow. Pale yellow. So now in order to not die, what we need to do is tell the green slave, because I'm on this tile here, to go south and drop flower. It didn't go south, it just dropped the flower. What? Why? It just killed me. Okay. Green slave. Go south and drop flower. Or I can go south. Okay. On this tile is the flower of death. Come on. Flower is here. So we can freely retrieve that at any time as long as we still have access to the green slave. We no longer have to solve the puzzle of coordination to obtain the flower of death. We'll just leave it on the floor there. I'd like to move it a little bit closer, but any tile that it's on kills me if I enter it. So I guess like this tile might be the best. Let me try that. Green slave. Go north and get flower and go southwest and south and drop flower. Just wait for it to do its thing. Okay. So now the Flower of Death should be here. Greenslave is here, Treehouse is here. Let's do a save just to make sure it's in the right place. If I go south, I die. Yep. Okay. Good to know. It ended up in the right spot. This is cool, dude. This game rules. Alright. I suppose I should scour through this book to at least try and figure out what the next spell is going to be. But given the number of objects I have available to me at this point, it takes 4 to cast a spell, and I only have 2 more plant pieces. We had 5 to start with. We just got our 6th, but we spent 4 of them to get that 6th one, leaving us with 2 now. So I still need to find 2 more pieces of plant without casting any more spells in order to cast any other spells. So there's almost certainly one to the east of this hedge, and almost certainly one inside the Cave of Death. Cave of Death, maybe the treehouse will help us here. Let's focus here on the hedge. On a grassy plain beside a gentle climb up the hill to the east. The hill was fairly steep, a stiffish walk to the top, but quite manageable. Would have been a real whiz for tobogganing down in the winter. Reckon it should qualify as a 3 broken leg rating, which made it well worth a visit when the snow came. Okay. Try to go east, the hedge stops us. Look at the hedge. A mixed hedge, predominantly briar and quickthorn, with a good sprinkling of bramble, privet, elder, and beech. A good honest edge. A good honest hedge. It's words. Thought Ingrid, just the sort she would like to see around Nettlefield. What items do I even have? Not much. Pick hedge. Hedge. Hello. Hedge, can you talk? No, okay. Greenslave, go east. So the Greenslave can travel east, but we can't. The problem is, I don't know what's over there if we need to use the Greenslave to get something. Maybe we climb up the treehouse. Okay, climb up. Holy smokes. What is going on? The cliff was too sheer to climb, its smooth face rising almost vertically out of the ground. Ingrid thought wistfully about her father's long ladder. That would have got her about high enough. But the ladder was back in Nettlefield. Nettlefield was, she guessed, a long way away. Though how far or in what direction she hadn't a clue. So we climbed up the gnarled and knobby trunks into the treehouse. Okay. So we're in the treehouse. Treehouse, go east. What? Sneed plays welcome. Thank you very much.
I don't get this at all. I thought Low Panda...
Shut up, Mr. Burton. I'm not brought upon this world to get it.
Thank you for the 12-month resub and the 100 bits. Thank you. The hedge sensed Ingrid hidden among the branches, and its briars swiftly rose up and clutched at her, blocking the way for her. It waved its long branches slowly, flicking its twiglets and showering the ground with green flies. Interesting. So we can't... Sensed Ingrid hidden amongst the branches. Oh, briars. It all comes back to Drod and briars. How bizarre. I suppose the treehouse by itself can probably go. Treehouse, go east. Yeah, treehouse can go. So the treehouse can go east. The green slave can go east. We cannot. Maybe we can. Surely we can, because unless there's a way to like have the treehouse look and then tell us what it sees. Coming back here, treehouse. Thank you. Treehouse, go east and look, and go west and tell me what you saw. Looks as surprised as a vegetable can. Yeah, I get it. Treehouse, what did you see? No, it's much too complex for this sort of game. Beautiful graphics. Like, I don't really know. China saucer, china cup, little brown bowl. Compost heap, stripy bulb. Got the compost? Plant, bulb, and compost? What? The white tella-lily grew vigorously, shooting up in an instant. The blue tella-lily grew vigorously, shooting up in an instant. What? Oh, the bulb! Of course, the bulb had blue and white stripes. It grew. Okay. Look, blue tella-lily. What the heck's tella-lily? It was a small blue trumpet-shaped flower. Looking deeper into its little horn, Ingrid could see a tiny patch of light. By some trick of the light, that white patch seemed to be some long distance away. Oh, dude, this is like a teleportation spell. Plant, flower. Okay, tella-lilies. Part. Flower. Appearance. Blue. With tiny patch of white. Smell. Smell blue tella-lily. Can smell nothing more. No smell. Tint. Wait, no. That's tint is blue. Tiny patch of white. The appearance is trumpet shaped. Small and trumpet shaped. Take blue tella-lily. We also had a white tella-lily. Small bell-like white flower with a daub of blue where the clapper would have been, if it had been a bell. It was odd. The flower seemed much deeper inside than it could possibly have been from the outside. This is also a flower. Small. Bell-like. No smell. It's white with a dab of blue. Well, so we no longer have the bulb, but we're up to 3 plants. I still need to find 1 more plant before I can cast any spell. We have the air plant flower, the blue and the white tella lilies. I feel like the last flower is somewhere on the other side of this hedge. So can we just guess? Let's do a save here. Green slave. Go east and pick flower and go west. I'm just going to guess that there's a flower to the east of me. It did not have a flower. It failed. There's... Okay, we have to get over there to see what's over there. Let's revisit the... Is the treehouse with me? Yeah, they're following me. Treehouse and Green Slave should be following me. I think the Green Slave went south to get this flower. When I told it to get a flower, it just went to the nearest one. I might die here. Yep. Oh! Well played. Okay, this is after getting the Tella Lilies. Perfect. Let's see if maybe we can enter into the cave while in the treehouse. So I'm here. Let's go 1, 2, 3 north. Let's go west. Can the treehouse take me here? This is the end of the road, so no. We have to drop the compost to allow the tree to walk onto this tile. And now the tree's here with us. I'm gonna save here. Climb tree. Let's just go. Just type up. Treehouse, go west. The treehouse was too tall and wide to go into the cave, and its branches were unable to get a proper grip on the slimy sides of the opening. Okay, I thought maybe the treehouse would be able to fit inside the cave and like wedge the mouth open, preventing it from snapping shut and eating us, because this isn't really a cave. This is secretly a gigantic Venus flytrap. The instant I enter it, I die. So this might be another instance where we need to send the Green Slave in to get something from deeper into the cave. I don't know what we want it to get. Although the properties of the Tella Lily imply that maybe there's going to be some teleportation spells that we're going to cast. And that could be how we get through the cave. Oh man, mysterious. Green Slave, go west. Do you get eaten and died? The cave opened its mouth with a grimace of distaste, spat out the Green Slave. Okay, he's fine. Does she continue? You instantly die. The carnivorous plants, an overgrown Venus flytrap with a very healthy appetite. All right. Let's go read some books. Read Boko. Okay, that's nothing book. Fours. This is... We already know this one. It's a recipe. Skip that. Skip that. Practical magianism. Okay, this is just telling us find a compost heap, take the heap, and use it to cross the road. We already learned that that's how we move the tree around. Antidote. Take a little pot, boil up in it a fresh young shoot, a wrinkled bit of something. I don't have anything wrinkled. Anything revolting in a bit of greenery. See, I don't think I can cast this spell. I don't think I can cast this spell. I'll pretend that's a nothing. Thaumaturgy. Okay, that's about the green slave. Okay, this is how to cast spells again. Joke. Joke. Past system. I don't think we're going to get an explicit recipe for another spell. I think we're just going to have to kind of infer and suss it out ourselves now at this point. Supposing you wanted to make one that was smooth, brown, leafy, and sweet. The order is important, and this is not necessarily the one used in the recipe. Past is always the order, so you could first put any leaf, then something smooth, then something sweet, finally something brown. Like maybe that's the spell I have to cast. Most beautiful flowers are also the most deadly. We have the deadly flower tucked away safely on this tile, close to the cauldron. It's a joke. Gunge. I think Gunge is just a failed spell. Likely we don't want to make Gunge. Unless the serendipity factor is running high. And then a botched brew will actually be good. Okay. Herb tea. Pungent tea so smooth and brown. He lifteth me up when I feel down. I, when I smell the leaf and things a brewing, then my heart takes wings. Is that a recipe? Is tea a spell? Are we not trying to revive the tea bush and instead simply cast a spell of herb tea? That could be. That could be. Do I have anything smooth? I don't have anything brown yet. The thistle flower was brown. I'm going to write this one down. This might be important. Hey, Al Roker, welcome. Sheriff Ram, Isaac Bonobo, Lingo Lord, welcome. I'm having a lot more success this time than last time, Lingo Lord. Part 1 in particular of this game was just nonsense. Complete, utter nonsense. We're into part 2, and things are going a lot smoother. We're trying to cast spells. Ode to Herb Tea. So we're looking for the part, the appearance, smell, and tint. Part is a leaf. Appearance would be smooth. Smell, pungent. Tint, brown. So we need a leaf, something smooth, something pungent, something brown. The death flower could be the pungent thing. I don't have any leaves or flowers though. Or I don't have any leaf or smooth. The rowan berry was initially described as smooth, but I already used that in a spell. The mint leaf is obviously a leaf, but I already used that in the spell as well. We can't get another one. I don't think. Maybe we can. The thistle flower was brown. But again, I used that in the spell as well. Okay, let's keep reading books. Read Boko. I cannot type. Step-by-step alchemy. It's a joke. Pungent. Hairy. Green slave. See, this is the spell I already cast. Now we're repeating. I'm not entirely sure what to do. Let me head back to the garden and just confirm that I can't pick any more of these. Go east. Oops. So we want to go east, to the east, the northwest. Goodness, these room descriptions are like 3 pages long. Okay, there's a vicious thistle clump, a long straggly rowan sapling, well-tended elder bush, vigorous mint clump, and a withered tea bush. Look, mint clump. Mint leaf. Oh, we could get another one. Okay. Oh, this is good. This is good. Okay. Mint leaf acquired. So now we have a leaf and a pungent. Although the death flower could be the pungent. But that's a leaf, so that's good. That's good. Can I get another one? No. Elderbush. Elderberry back. Take. Okay, they're growing back. This is really good. The elderberry is not a leaf, it's not smooth, it's not pungent, nor is it brown. So that doesn't help me in any way whatsoever. But it's disgusting. Rowan sapling. Rowan berry. Okay, the rowan berry was smooth, berry, sweet smelling, ruby red. So now we have a leaf and a smooth. We have a pungent. We just need a brown, which the thistle flower was described as brown. Is the flower back? Prickly thistle flower. So this wasn't there earlier, but now it is. So I guess there's a set number of turns that need to elapse before the flower grows back. Alright, now we can cast the T spell? And what is that? The end of the game? No way. I feel like there's so much more. Alright, go south, east, and then west. Give this a shot. Oh, freaking 35 pages of description here. Okay, save. Save disk in pot 2. I'm just kind of assuming that that recipe, that ode to herb tea in the book is actually a spell in disguise. Because ostensibly our goal was to revive the tea bush that was in the garden. But I guess if we can just sidestep that and just cast a spell of tea, then it'll be fine. Alright, leaf first. Put mint leaf in, was it a cauldron? No. It's a pot, it's a pot. Put pout mint. Typing is hard. Mint leaf in pot. Pungent smelling mint leaf. But that's the only leaf I have. So that has to be used as a leaf. Okay, smooth. Is the rowan berry. Put rowan berry in pot. So now we have to get the death flower. This is when things get tricky. So the flower's on this tile over here. I cannot be in the same room as the flower unless I'm actively holding my breath, which I can only do for a couple turns. So what we want to do is tell the green slave, why did the window just shrink? I don't know. To go east and east and take flower, and go west and west and put flower in pot. Where's the green slave? Good gravy, man. Here he is. Can he not go into the kitchen? It refuses. Oh, wow. Oh, this is awkward. What? Okay. Let me think about this here. We want to try and get the flower of death into the pot in the kitchen. Ingrid cannot be in the same room as the flower of death unless I'm holding my breath, which gives me 2 turns to work with. So if we have the green slave take the flower and drop it on this row, on this tile, then Ingrid could be waiting out here. We would need to have the compost here and use the tree house. Ingrid would have to climb up into the tree house, command the tree house to go southeast, to wait 1 turn, then go southeast, and then Ingrid holds her breath. The tree house on that same turn moves us here. We use our first turn to pick up the flower, and then we go west, and then we fall over dead? Or do we have enough time to put the flower into the pot? That's got to be the only way to do it. Okay, so where's the compost? Do I have it? No. It's all the way north. All the way north to the cave. Where's the tree? Take compost. Find, or let's just run to tree house. Where am I? I shouldn't have ran to it because now I don't know where I am on the map. I could be anywhere. One of these thousands of grassy plain rooms. East. Okay, east took me to a north-south road. Okay. I might be here? Yes. Treehouse is following me. Perfect, 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 perfect. Okay, so we're still good. We're still good. So we drop the compost on this tile. The tree can now access this tile. Let's do a save here. Green slave, go east and get flower, and go west and drop flower. Okay, now we go northwest. Treehouse is here. Now we wait for the green sleeve to show up. There he is. So now the flower's been moved to this tile. All right, let's see if this works. Here we go up. Save. Treehouse. Wait. Lati, wait, then go southeast. And this allows me to now hold my breath and move on the same turn. That's 1 turn. The flower's here. Now we take flower. We go west. I might just die right here. I had to take a breath and I died. Okay. I thought that was gonna work. Interesting. There's no way the tree house can go into the kitchen. The green slave apparently just refuses to go over here for us. Perhaps we need to throw it into the kitchen. If it were in the kitchen ahead of us, then I'd have to hold my breath from out here, move in here, pick up flour, and I die. Something else needs to throw the flour into the kitchen while we're in the kitchen. We have to be waiting in the kitchen. I think the green slave has to like throw the flour into the kitchen for us. And then we have to time it so that we hold our breath on the same turn the flour comes in, so we can just in time pick it up and throw it in the pot. This is awesome. Okay, so we're back up here. Flour's here. How do I want to do this? I don't even know if you can like throw objects into other rooms or not. So I need to investigate that first. Green slave, go southeast and get flour, and go east and drop flour. We need to take the flour off that tile again. Wait a couple turns, make sure that happens. Climb down off the treehouse. Go southeast. There are windows. Kitchen window stood open. It explicitly says that the kitchen window is open. So, just to test things out, can I throw bowl in window? I look at the window. I look at the door. I open the door. Look at the house. It doesn't recognize the noun window. Of course it doesn't. Can I just type throw bowl in? No, that executes two commands. First, it drops the bowl because it doesn't recognize the throw verb, and then I go in. Huh. Maybe I just need to be waiting outside. And okay. Go east. Maybe I'm overthinking it. If we say green slave, green slave, go east and get flour, and go west and give flour to me. It went east, we wait one turn, it picked the flour, and now this turn it's coming back to us. Hold breath. So now I have to wait. And I died. Interesting. So there's some method of transporting. Perhaps this is what the China saucer cup is for? Because I haven't used the saucer or the cup or the little brown bowl at all. I guess I should check. The treehouse won't go into the kitchen, will it? Almost certainly not. Treehouse, go east. Or go west. It would not enter the kitchen on any account. It picked up one of its trunks for a moment, flexed it stiffly, complained woodenly about its rheumatism. Okay. Oh, how very mysterious. Maybe there's something like very silly. Like instead of take breath, let's take a deep breath. No, okay. Hmm. There's some other way we can breathe. How does one breathe? So let me think here. The steps we're taking are we hold our breath, we pick up the flower, we move in a direction, we die. But I need one more turn, which means I need to eliminate one of those steps. We have to hold our breath. So picking up the flower and moving. One of those two we have to get rid of. Can we move the black iron pot out of the kitchen and into the road? Maybe? Surely not. It's in a stone-built fireplace with an open fire. Take pot. Nope. Stayed precisely where it was and looked smug. Table? Door. Open the window. There's no windows, there's no doors. So, how mysterious. I don't know what to do. Hint, but hint time. Time for the hints. Nope, that's not the hint. That's the copy protection book. Time for the hints. General hints for part 2. Beginning, finishing, game background, ingredients, ordering people about, potions, scoring. See, I don't even know what I want to look up. And there's fern frond, fern shoots, gooseberries, grot, Leylandy, pond, primrose. A bunch of these items I haven't even seen. Stump. Got the Tella lilies. Beanstalk. Blimp. Caterpillar. Let's look up the hedge. 589. Blocked Ingrid's way by grabbing her until she deterred its grasp. Plant killer? Ingrid wore something repellent for a change. C227. To return through the hedge, she pushed the blank. 227? Weed killer. We do have to find the weed killer. The weed killer's a spell. Okay. Gotta cast the weed killer spell, which means my current spell is bad, so let's restore. Copy protection. 5, 2, 3, a bottom low. Hey, Malamute, welcome. Definitely feels that way. I that makes sense. I should have recognized that the weed killer was given like a description. What do we got? Pot 2. I should have recognized. I was meant to cast a spell there. Okay, we have all of our items. Let's go look up the spell of the pot. I did not mean to do that. Spell of the pot? What am I saying? Go into the library. Read book. Okay, that's a joke. Oh, I don't know for sure if any of these are jokes anymore. Let's fertilizer. Antidote. This could be very important here. Shoot. Wrinkled something, revolting greenery. Just gotta keep reading the book till we find the right page. There we go. Weed killer. It's right hairy stuff, pungent, bright red in color. There's nothing like the liberal application of weed killer to make a garden easy to manage. I give my plot a good all-over spray 3 times a year, or more often if I see any sign of growth. The best is flowers. It's right hairy stuff, pungent, bright red in color. So I'm assuming the part we're looking for is a flower because that's the name of it. The appearance is hairy. Smell is pungent. Bright red. So the rowan berry is ruby red. The mint leaf is pungent. The elderberry is hairy, and the thistle flower is a flower. Okay. So I should have all those items. Thistle, rowan, elderberry, mint. Thistle, rowan, elderberry, mint. Yep, perfect. So we put flower first. The thistle flower. And then the hairy. Pungent is the mint leaf. Red is rowan berry. Alright, the alchemist pot boiled and bubbled noisily, magically produced a foul-smelling weed killer potion. Which we have. Cool. Alright. So now we can get past this hedge. I may need... Save. Put weed killer on hedge. A single stalk of the hedge keeled over and died. The rest of the hedge drew back a fraction to avoid touching the dead stem. Ah! That didn't work. Do I need the tree? The hedge outsmarted me. Put weed killer on me. Did wonders for Ingrid's complexion. It instantly cleared up a little rash of spots that had been troubling her for ages, left her whole skin as soft as silk. Ingrid made a mental note to remember the recipe so that once she got those little local problems sorted out, she could branch out into the beauty business. The thick hedge caught a whiff of the weed killer and shied away from Ingrid. We have to literally wear weed killer. Ingrid went east, was on a grassy hillside which rose gently from the plain below. About halfway, therefore neither up nor down. Exit Slade. There's a beanstalk. Water, water. Alright, we're on the beanstalk. Exits lead east, south, west, and up. Growing close against the wall, reaching rather less than halfway up. It was a sort of beanstalk that ought to grow obligingly when given the right prompting so that an adventurous soul could climb it and conquer new heights. This one looked incredibly thirsty, as if it needed water at a great rate. I don't have any water. Oh, there's a pool to the east, okay. A small, insignificant thing. Its water was tinged green with algae and had the consistency of thin soup. Reeds and bulrushes lined the banks, and water lilies sprawled over the surface. Take water. Fill bowl with water. Fill bowl? Okay. And it was some water. Pour water on beanstalk. There's a vigorous slurping noise, and the beanstalk grew fatter, though its tip was no nearer to the top of the wall. Okay, do we have to just do this like 5 times? Fill bowl. We may need to simultaneously water it. Can I go south? No, south is up. Okay. Let's fill the bowl. And I have a cup as well. I have a saucer even. Okay, I might need the tree house to be here with me. And we give one object to each of my characters and we all water it on the same turn. It's probably something like that. And I can't bring the treehouse with me unless I can... Yeah. Alright, let's go get the treehouse. Treehouse. Where's the... Find compost. This game is so cool. Compost, okay. Take compost. South. Go south. Go south. Put the compost onto this tile. The tree should come. There it is. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright, alright, alright. So give saucer to treehouse. Give cup to green slave. Green slave. Wait and wait and pour cup on beanstalk. It's too long to wait. What? Green slave. Wait and then wait. Didn't that work last time? So we wanted to wait 2 turns. And then pour cup on beanstalk. It's too long to wait. What? Why doesn't... What? I guess rather than telling it to wait, we just have it do something instead. Green slave. Go east and west and pour cup on beanstalk. That's functionally the same as giving it 2 wait turns. Okay. Treehouse. Wait and then pour saucer on beanstalk. Ingrid watered the beanstalk. No, why? I did not. I did not. I did not. I did not. What? Okay, somehow my commands are getting muddled. Why does this not work? Is it the word then? What's going on? Treehouse. Pour saucer on beanstalk. It had no water. This is so confusing, dude. Okay. Treehouse. Go east and fill saucer and go west and pour saucer on beanstalk. Let's wait. Go east and wait and fill saucer. What a silly thing to do. Where is Ingrid going? I think the game's broken. Why do my commands not work anymore? Take saucer. Treehouse, give me the saucer. Green slave, give me the cup. Go east. Fill cup. Fill bowl. Fill bowl. Fill saucer. So something happened last time where the beanstalk started to grow and expand, and like I didn't read it, but it was doing things. It reacted because I got 2 of these poured on the same turn. I need to get all 3. So I'm on the right track, and just for some reason it just doesn't work anymore. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. I think the game just gets confused when there's this many moving parts in the same room. Water. Hey, Alana Ray, welcome. Oh, much happened. That was part 1. We reunited some doggos. The dogs gave us a whistle. We learned via the hint system that there's also a unicorn that we had to find. We were able to blow the whistle, and the dogs were able to sniff out the unicorn. If we gave the bridle to the nymph, and then we followed the dogs who tracked down the unicorn, then the nymph put the bridle on the unicorn, and they fell in love, and they gave me some magic pipes which you could use to summon the unicorn. We took the unicorn to the back door of the witch's house. The unicorn easily bashed in the back door, letting us sneak into the back door of the witch's house, where we were able to summon the leprechaun and have the leprechaun simply break the witch's wand. And that concluded part 1 of the game. So now we're into part 2, where we are actively casting spells by mixing certain combinations of plants and flowers into a black iron pot. We have a living, walking, sentient treehouse and a green slave in our party. We're trying to brew a cup of tea, or perhaps repair a tea plant which we destroyed. That's our ultimate goal for this part of the game. Tea. We know the spell we need to cast to brew the tea. We're just trying to collect the different ingredients required to cast the tea spell. At the moment, I am attempting to water a beanstalk so it can grow up a wall, so we can climb into some new area, which will likely get me another ingredient for this spell. A lot of stuff's going on here. I don't know why, but my friends are not obeying my commands. Treehouse. All we need to do is tell the treehouse to wait for 2 turns, and then pour the water. Tell the green slave to wait for 1 turn, then pour the water, and then we pour our water. All 3 of us have our own bits of water. Just need to synchronize the pour. So, treehouse, wait. 2. Then pour saucer on beanstalk. Leave it to me. The grass doesn't grow under my feet when I'm on a job. Okay. Green slave, wait. 1. Then pour cup on beanstalk. Pour bowl on beanstalk. Oh, is this not enough? Ingrid watered the beanstalk. There's a vigorous slurping noise, and the beanstalk grew fatter, though its tip was no nearer the top of the wall. Greenslave watered the beanstalk. Treehouse watered the beanstalk. Though its tip was no nearer to the top of the wall. The wall was too high and too smoothly finished to climb. What? This one looked incredibly thirsty, as if it needed water at a great rate. For all the watering, the beanstalk hadn't put on an inch in height, but it had grown enormously fat and was still expanding. The stem was stretched almost to bursting, the skin taut and shiny like an overblown balloon, and it wasn't just the stem that was changing. The leaves were filling out like cushions, and things were going on below as well. The earth beneath the wall began to quiver and bulge with the rapidly burgeoning roots, and fine streams of powdered mortar began to trickle from the wall as its stones ground and grated against each other. Trickle turned into a torrent, carrying with it small stones and flakes of rock. And the rumbling in the root mass grew even louder, a vegetable volcano on the point of eruption. Large stones tumbled from the top of the walls that shook ever more violently, and then, with terrifying suddenness, the critical point was reached. With an earth-shattering, eardrum-battering, stone-scattering, mud-splattering, teeth-chattering explosion, both wall and beanstalk disintegrated in a mass of flying stones and roots. If it works, it works. Cool. So, but the beanstalk is still yelling. All right. I gotta take a quick break. It's been 5 hours. I should have taken a break a bit ago. I want to finish up this part of the game. We're on a roll here, so we're going to keep going for a little bit. I want to try and finish part 2, and then we'll tackle part 3 tomorrow. Let me take a short break here. Pause the timer. This game's really fun. It's so much fun when you actually can make progress in these games. I'll be back momentarily. BRB. Beautiful music. Back to silence. That is the Hermie Hopperhead soundtrack. What a wonderful game. What a wonderful game. Let's play some more Gnome Ranger. Gnome Ranger. Oh, Smebble Bear, welcome. Timer, go. Gnome Ranger. Go back in your little corner, Ingrid. Where were we? That's right, we just broke the wall down. So let's go south to a new area. The wall was too high. Wait. Did the game glitch? With an earth-shattering, eardrum-battering, stone-scattering, mud-splattering, teeth-chattering explosion, both wall and beanstalk disintegrated in a mass of flying stones and roots. Go south. The wall was too high and too smoothly finished to climb. What? Excuse me? Beanstalk. Maybe it's magic and we only have one precise turn with which we can travel south through the wall. And then it just reformulates. Let's do this. I guess we do this again. Green slave, give me the cup. Treehouse, give me saucer. Go east. Fill bowl. Fill cup. Fill saucer. Give saucer to treehouse. What? What's going on? My items are just disappearing. No, the green slave still has the china cup, even though it gave it to me. What? I'm... okay, go west. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Save here. Everything might not be fine. Treehouse. Wait 2 and pour saucer on beanstalk. Green slave. Wait 1 and pour cup on beanstalk. Pour bowl on beanstalk. Okay, we triple watered it. Boot Blacking, welcome. Thank you very much for the 16-month resub. We're pretty deep into Gnome Ranger here. This game's actually really fun. It's surprisingly fun. It's split into 3 distinct parts. Part 1 was nonsense garbage. I couldn't make any progress on my own. Had to look up a lot of hints. It was kind of frustrating and just absurd nonsense. Part 2, though, has been a lot more fun and satisfying to try and solve. Okay, now... Yeah, I already read this. Explosion. The wall has disintegrated. Now we can go south. The wall's too high! And the beanstalk's back. Just as I was singing this game's praises. Now, it certainly seems to me that the game is not functioning correctly. Because this 4 paragraphs here explains the beanstalk is growing, it's expanding, the roots underneath the wall are expanding and erupting violently, and the wall and beanstalk disintegrates. Disintegrates. When something disintegrates, that means it's not too high and too smoothly finished to climb. That means it's disintegrated. That means it's not there anymore. The beanstalk's still here too. What? A vegetable volcano on the point of eruption. Huh? Maybe I'm just looking at this the wrong way. But what? What? How else can I look at this? How else could you interpret this? Both wall and beanstalk disintegrated in a mass of flying stones and roots. And then we are immediately told the wall is too high and too smoothly finished to climb. A remarkably solid example of the mason's art. Built of large stones accurately cut for a good fit, held together with mortar. It was a very high wall. The top was way out of reach. The pointing was flush with the surface of the stone so that there were no handholds for climbing. The wall stretched off in either direction, right around the hill. The beanstalk is again like shrinking. Now there was like a 1-turn delay from after watering it 3 times to when it actually burst. So maybe I'm supposed to somehow get a 4th watering in to mega ultra explode disintegration it. No, no. What? It's the wall, brother. I'm sorry, we're just looking this up. The hints. Oh god. Beanstalk details 701. 701. Ingrid watered the beanstalk, C710. It needed water at a great rate, C716. She put the blank in the pond and took the blank to it, 219. Maybe I am doing this wrong. She put the Tella-lily. Okay. I think I did an unintended solution here. I guess. But then why did they give us 3 different receptacles, 3 different water containers? And 3 different NPCs, and why did they give us this text if this is not the correct solution here? So apparently, according to the hint sheet, what we were supposed to do is walk to the pool, and this blue Tella-lily which we're just supposed to know. I mean, it's implied by the description here. Small blue trumpet-shaped flower. Looking deeper into its little horn, Ingrid could see a tiny patch of white. By some trick of the light, that white patch seemed to be some long distance away, yet the flower would fit comfortably in Ingrid's hand. We have a blue and a white tellilily. They're teleporters, basically. So we can put blue tellilily in pond. Now water's gushing out of the white one. So now we can go west. Put white tellilily on beanstalk. We've seen this before. It worked. What? Well, that's a little frustrating, I gotta say, but okay. The hint sheet told us. So there's... I don't even know what to say about that. That's mean. That's not nice. Side of hill. I guess maybe the developers just weren't thinking that the player would simultaneously pour 3 instances of water on the beanstalk on the same turn. They assumed that the only way you'd be able to do that was by using the tellililies? But Night Orc, the previous game by these developers, had a puzzle where you had to synchronize multiple characters to do an action on the same turn, much in the same manner, so surely they would have... I don't even know, man. The G's, I think the G's are funny. I don't even really notice it anymore. What even is here? We went south and were on the side of a hill. The slope was steeper here, but still quite an easy climb. In a way, Ingrid was a little disappointed. She rather liked the idea of struggling on through rugged mountains, battling against the elements. An exit led north. Huh? Can I... Wait, what? All that work and there's literally nothing here? What? What? The blue tellilily's here. The white one seems to just have disappeared. Oh, we could go south. Up leads to a different direction. Okay. I thought south and up were the same direction because this game likes to do that. Inside and west is often the same or things like that. No, south is a different area than up. South was also blocked by the wall because the wall wrapped around here. Okay. Confusing. Hilltop. Went upwards was on a hilltop, looking down at the remnants of the wall and the hedge beyond. The alchemist's cottage was visible in the distance. From the top, Ingrid could see that the hill was unnaturally smooth and round. It made her wonder if this wasn't perhaps one of those Norse gnome burial places. A wheelbarrow or some such name. An exit led downwards. Ingrid could see a soft green fern frond, a heavy rock. Soft green fern frond, heavy rock. I'm a little worried that I lost one of my Lilies. And in fact, I may need a specific one. Not going to worry about it. Look at the fern frond. Fully open, broader than her hand, about as high as Ingrid's waist. It was not that lovely, delicate, lacy type of fern, the sort Mistress Knee-High used to favor in her flower-arranging classes at the Institute of Gnome Economics, but the tough and hairy type. The sort that grew in the dingier dinges of soggy bogfield. Growing from it was a furled fern shoot. Take fern shoot. Small, pale green growth on the point of unfurling. Perhaps it was the scatter of straggly hairs that made it so revolting. Alright, we got another ingredient here. Fern shoot. Part. This is a shoot. I guess that's technical term for a part of a plant is a shoot. Appearance would be small and hairy. Smell. No smell? And green. And look at the rock. Smooth and round, almost twice as tall as Ingrid. It was the only decent-sized rock around, looked quite out of place at the top of the hill. It was as if someone had once rolled it up there for a bet. Push rock. Yeah, this seems to be another synchronization sort of deal. Boulder rocked backwards and forwards a little, but wouldn't move off the top of the hill. Boulder wobbled unevenly and stopped rocking. Because there's multiple different messages describing the state of the boulder, it leads me to believe that this is another puzzle where we just need to have multiple people push it on the same turn. Are my treehouse and Greenslave here with me? They both are. Perfect. Okay. Treehouse. Wait 2 and push rock. Greenslave. Wait 1. Push rock. Push rock. The boulder rocked violently and looked ready to roll down the hill. The boulder started to roll down the hill, slowly and ponderously at first, but steadily picking up speed, setting a scatter of smaller stones in motion in its wake, leaving a broad track of crushed grass and torn earth. Faster it rolled, and louder it rumbled, crashing down towards the hedge at the bottom of the hill. Moments later, Ingrid was clapping her hands in triumph as the boulder smashed through the hedge like jumbo butterpat falling on the nasturtium patch. The hedge at that point was crushed so flat, there seemed to be a parquet floor in the new opening. I don't get that reference. Okay, go down west. So now we're here where the hedge was. The hedge is just completely gone. So I guess the entire purpose of getting past the hedge and the beanstalk and the wall was for the fern. The fern frond. What the heck is a shoot? What's a plant shoot? What is the shoot of a plant? I don't want to watch a YouTube video. I guess shoot. Wikipedia says, in botany, a plant shoot consists of any plant stem, together with its appendages like leaves, lateral buds, flowering stems, and flower buds. So it's like the entirety of a young plant is considered the shoot. So maybe we can plant this shoot somewhere rather than use it in an ingredient or in a concoction. Okay. So the hedge is just gone. I wonder where the rock is. Plant shoot. Couldn't have grown it here. In the compost? Small pale green growth on the point of unfurling. So it still seems to me like there's one last thing to take care of, and that's the cave up here. Because there's potential for another room to be back here deeper in the cave. But the problem is I die the instant I walk into this cave. Can I find the rock? Where? I don't know. Run to the pool. Can I swim in the water? I didn't actually try that. Swim. Dive in water. Okay. Hmm. What? If I'm trying to cast a T spell, we need a leaf, something smooth, something pungent, and something brown. The only brown thing I've found is the thistle flower. Let's run to the garden. We'll see if these ingredients have regrown. Beautiful garden. Look. Thistle clump. Thistle flower's back. Okay. Take thistle flower. So that's something brown. Pungent. The mint leaf is pungent. Smooth. The rowan berry is smooth. And then something leafy. The mint leaf is a leaf. I wonder if the fern shoot is considered leafy. I mean, ferns themselves are very leafy plants, but this is just a shoot. I guess we'll give it a try. Southeast. Well, then what's the death flower for? The death flower, just nothing. Ram save. Well, let's see if this works. Fern shoot. It took it. I don't know if that's gonna work. Okay, smooth. The rowan berry. Pungent. The mince leaf. And brown. The thistle flower. Gunge! We got gunged. We got gunged. Gunged! Oh, a steaming, lumpy mixture of thick, off-white ribbons of some soft, fleshy material. Smaller chunks of green, brown, and red, all wallowing in a glutinous, cloudy brown liquid. Ingrid sniffed it cautiously, then nodded. Yes, smelled like pot noodle as well. Pot noodle? So gunge is just a failed concoction. I think we have to do something with the shoot. Even though the alchemist's pot takes it, I feel like because 3 of these 4 ingredients I'm using for the tea spell are ones that are just easily accessible at the start of the game, or the start of this section. Why would I have to go through all of the rigmarole of getting the ethereal air plant flower, brewing the green slave and the weed killer, getting past the hedge, getting past the beanstalk, etc., etc. All that for a fern frond? Seems quite bizarre that this death flower doesn't seem to have a purpose. Maybe it's to gain access to the cave. Maybe that's what the flower's for. We need to transport the flower into the cave. Green slave. Go east and get flower and go flowers here. Go north, 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 northwest, west. North and north and north and northwest and west. I don't know what pot noodle's supposed to be. Noodles in a pot? I just died. Oh, it's just ramen. Oh, instant noodle. Okay. I just never heard that name for it here. You just call it ramen or cup noodle. We'd have cup of noodle. I've never heard of pot noodle though. Just different names. So for some reason the flower got me killed. Oh, we're a journey gnome. I don't know what to do. pretty much the only thing we haven't figured out is what we do with the flower of death from the ethereal air plant and how to get inside the cave. That means it's time for another hint. I have no remorse or compunction about looking up hints anymore. I'll give it a good try, and if I'm out of ideas, I'll just look it up. Fern shoot. 143. It's an ingredient. Okay. Cheese? Cave mouth. Let's look up that. 731. The cave was carnivorous. Ingrid had to get something from inside it, though. C738. Before anyone went inside, Ingrid told the treehouse to hold the mouth. Okay. That makes sense. Compost. Oh, the treehouse. Where am I? That makes sense. The cave mouth is explicitly listed as an object in the room outside of the cave. I just didn't really put two and two together. I had the idea of having the tree walk into the cave and just the tree's body, the tree's trunk, would prop the cave mouth open and prevent it from closing and smashing me. I just need to take that idea and play with it a little bit, and I just abandoned it immediately instead. So we're here. Oh, I'm gonna play around with this. Go west to the garden. Treehouse. Wait 2. Go east. Compost. I do want to play Ingrid's back. I definitely want to. Treehouse, follow me. It probably won't be immediately after this. In fact, I know it's not going to be immediately after this. I'll probably give it a couple months before you dive back into the gnarly text adventure goodness, but maybe we'll play it earlier. I don't know, these games are a lot of fun. Okay, so we are here. We just go northeast. Drop compost. Tree. So we can look at the cave mouth. Sides of which were covered with thick growth of soggy greenery. So we have to say treehouse whole mouth. Yeah, makes sense. The walls of the cave twitched menacingly as Ingrid stepped inside. The fusty, musty air caught at Ingrid's nostrils and drenched her tongue with its thick, cloying taste. Oh, we already read this. Yes. Ingrid went west, was inside a cave entrance, or maybe it should be called a cave mouth. For that opening did not look terribly like a pair of parted lips. Or did look terribly like a pair of parted lips. The inside was horribly damp and smelly, but more than that, its low ceiling and narrow walls give it a heavy, claustrophobic menace. There was something about all the inside surfaces that Ingrid couldn't quite put her finger on. Not that she would have willingly put a finger on them anyway. The treehouse! Oh, I'm dead. Unless we can go west. Treehouse only held the mouth for 1 turn. Ingrid went west was at the back of a cave. The entrance had been bad enough, but this place was even worse. It was positively seething with vegetable menace like an overripe pumpkin. The walls were seething. Wow, seething and seething. Starting to drip sticky goo onto the squidgy floor, and the algal lining had a faint phosphorescence that cast a sickly green glow over everything. An exit led east. Ingrid could see a foul-smelling stinkwort plant. Stinkwort. It was a remarkably revolting little plant, consisting of a short stem and a few insipid shoots. It was wrinkled and of a particularly sickly green, but then, living where it did at the back of that cave, it was surprising it had managed to grow at all. Growing from it was a smelly stinkwort shoot. Greenslave examined its ivy carefully. Blah, blah, blah. Stinkwort shoot. I died. Ingrid took the smelly stinkwort shoot. The cave closed convulsively with that irresistible strength found only in rampant vegetables, overcoming all efforts to hold it open. Alas, poor Ingrid, that was no cave. Okay, so I guess I just spent too many turns looking at things. So we just need to charge in, grab the shoot, and run back out. Okay, treehouse. Hold mouth. West twice. Or we're supposed to send the Greenslave in. That's more likely. Take shoot. Yep, I died. Okay. I think the Greenslave has to do that for us because the tree or the cave spits the Greenslave out. And as soon as we pluck the shoot, okay, cool. Treehouse, hold mouth. Let's have it wait 1 and hold mouth. Just in case timing's important here. I don't think it will be. Now we go Greenslave, go west and take shoot and find me. Okay, wait. Boom, cave closed. Cave opened its mouth with a grimace of distaste, spat out the Greenslave. He doesn't have the shoot. What? He failed. Huh? Maybe they can only carry 1 item at a time. Greenslave, give me the cup. Alright, let's try this again. Treehouse. Wait 1 and hold mouth. Greenslave. Go west and west. Take shoot. Find me. Okay. Greenslave. It doesn't have it! Oh, it's not working. How very mysterious. I forget the name of the plant. It was some the plants. It was some stinky, some plant, stinky shoot. Hmm. Why? Treehouse, hold mouth. Ingrid can go in, but there's nothing in the first room. Green slave comes with me. Stinkwort, okay. Now we can't just take the whole plant. No. And it seems to be specifically taking the shoot of the stinking greenwort plant that causes the cave mouth to close. So we can just hang out in here for as long as I like. But as soon as that gets taken, I die. Green slave. Wait 2 and take the shoot. Now I leave. He doesn't take it. How mysterious. How very mysterious. Hit time. Stinkwort. Stinkwort shoe. Where 213, details 143. Ingredients. Okay, we know it's an ingredient. 213. Where? On the stinkwort plant. 756. Grew an ingredient, handle with care. 745. The idea was to remove the stinkwort shoot from the back of the cave before this could close and without getting killed. What is this? Replace each letter by the next one to decode it. What? What? Oh, it's just a substitution cipher. Oh my goodness. NMBD. Alright, I gotta decode this. Just tell me the solution. Why? O N C E. Once Ingrid W A. Once Ingrid was outside the cave. With the green slave and tree house. She she gave the blue. Oh, we have to teleport it. But my thing disappeared. She gave the blue Tellilily to the green slave and ordered treehouse, hold cave, wait 5, green slave, put put stinkwort, shoot, and Tellilily. What? What? Doesn't make any sense. Alright, well, let's try it. I'm thoroughly confused by this. Give blue Tellilily to green slave. Treehouse. Hold cave. Wait 5. Green slave. Put Stinkwort. Shoot in Tellilily. Now here's the problem. I don't have the other end of the Tellilily. It disappeared. It erased itself earlier. When we used it to explode the glitchy tree, or the glitchy beanstalk, the Tellilily erased itself. So we need to restore. Oh, all the way back. Oh, quite a ways. We got to restore back to before. The last save I had was before cooking the weed killer potion. Alright, it'll be very quick to redo this though. 19, line 4, word 1. 2, 3, 4, remember. 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 2, 3, 4 Save disk in. Okay, we have the 2 Tellililies. We have the saucer, the bowl, and the cup. This was just before casting the Weed Killer spell. Okay. Put so flower, then hairy, then pungent, then bright red. Thistle flower in the pot. That's flower. Hairy is elderberry. Pungent and bright red. Mint leaf in pot. That's pungent. The rowan berry is bright red. Weed killer potion. Okay, good. Thick hedge. For the thick hedge, we need the tree to be able to come with us. So before I do this, we need to get the tree. Do I have the compost? No, find compost. Take the compost. Put the compost here, so go south 1, 2, 3, south, south, south. Drop compost. East. Hey, no, you're welcome. Playing Gnome Ranger today. A nice, lovely text adventure here. Got my map here. Got my notes. This is a very cool game. This is like a very cool game. It's pretty tricky. I've had to look up a lot of hints. But it has a nice sense of humor just consistently running through it. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Okay, Treehouse is with me. Greenslave is with me. Let's do a save here. We need to put Weed Killer on Ingrid. Clear up our complexion a little bit. Make ourselves nice and presentable. Which kills, or which prevents the hedge from trapping us. Okay, now the beanstalk, we have to go east past the beanstalk. So we're in this area here. So this part is what I screwed up last time. I need to be very careful here. Put blue Tellilily in pond. Water came gushing out of the white Tellilily as if from a fireman's hose pipe. Go west. We need to water this plant enough to where it explodes. The problem is, if I just drop the Tellilily, then the Tellilily explodes with the plant. So there might be one turn where we can pick it up before it explodes, but this is very important. I need both of these still. So let's drop the Tellilily. Is that watering it? Yes. Take Tellilily. Oh, I got it. Okay. Go east. Why is... Dude, I think this game has a couple glitches. Because last time the Tellilily simply disappeared when I was done using it. At least that half of it. The white half just disappeared. This time it did not disappear. Climb up. And we have the fern frond, which has a fern shoot, so we can take the fern shoot. And then we need to push this rock simultaneously. So, treehouse, wait 2, then push rock. Green slave, wait 1, and push rock. Push rock. Smashing the hedge, so we can now freely traverse and head back. Okay, so now we get to go back up here to the end of the road. Go down, west, west. Tree's gonna follow us. We can't just pick up the compost straight away. We have to replace the compost. Yeah, treehouse is here. So we go east. Treehouse, wait 3, go west. Take compost. So we're moving the compost from this tile up to this one because there's a road going north to south across the field here, and the treehouse cannot cross over the road unless the compost is is on the road. So now we can go north, north, north. We need the compost on this specific tile. The end of the road. Perfect. Drop compost. Let's go retrieve the tree house. There's the tree house. Follow me. End of the road. Compost is here. Treehouse is here. Green slave is here. Okay, save. So now things should work. We want to give the white Tella-lily to green slave. Treehouse. Hold cave. Wait 5. Green slave. Put stinkwort shoot in Tella-lily. Now we wait. 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 Find green slave. What is going on? I died. Okay, didn't work that time. Let's try it again. I did exactly verbatim what if I gave him the wrong Tella-lily? They might be one way. Maybe I didn't do it correctly. The blue Tella-lily is the source. Things enter the blue and exit the white. That's how it worked with the pond and the water. So we need to give the blue Tella-lily to green slave. Treehouse, hold cave, wait 5. Green slave. Put stinkwort shoot in Tella-lily. I think I gave him the wrong color last time. Yeah, here we go. Smelly stinkwort shoot appeared from the white tella lily. The cave closed convulsively with the irresistible strength found only in rampant vegetables, overcoming all efforts to hold it open. The cave opened its mouth with a grimace of distaste, spat out the green slave. All right. So now I have a stinkwort shoot. Pale and paltry green shoot from a sad and sickly plant. It was wrinkled and stank to high heaven. Wrinkle. I need wrinkle? Ingrid wondered if it could be used as a fly repellent, but had a sneaky feeling that it was just the revolting kind of smell that would attract insects. So I presume we have everything? What about the death flower? We use the same method to transport the flower of death into the kitchen. Okay. Give blue tella lily to green slave. If we do this correctly, to make herbal tea, we need something leafy, something smooth, something pungent, and something brown. The mint leaf is the leafy? Something smooth. I don't even know what recipe to use the fern shoot in, or the stinkwort shoot. What are this thing's properties? Let me write these down here. Stinkwort shoot. It's a shoot. Appearance. Sickly? Wrinkled? Wrinkled? Smell? Stank to high heaven. And the tint is green. So maybe that's the pungent. Yeah, that's the pungent thing we need. Okay, the mint leaf is the leaf. The smooth object is the rowan berry. The pungent is the stinkwort shoot. And the brown's the thistle? Then why'd we get the fern? This is so confusing. Okay. I guess some of these items are simply red herrings? It would make sense. There were a lot of red herrings in the first part. Okay, so we want to take thistle flower, because that's my brown item. And rowan berry's my smooth. And mint leaf is my leaf. Pot. All right, let's see if we can cook up some tea here. Pot 3. Okay. Leaf. First leaf. Leaf, smooth, pungent, brown. Minced leaf in the pot. Smooth. Rowan berry in the pot. Pungent. Stinkwort shoot. Brown. Thistle flower. Gunge! I got gunged. Gunge, gunge, gunge. 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 Gunge is bad. Gunge means I failed. And we're soft locked because I used precious one-time ingredients. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they're not one-time ingredients. Line 2, word 1. Trees Day. Gunged. Gunged. So, like, what then? I have everything from everywhere, even though I'm not using 2 of the 4 hard to get items. Because the green fern was behind multiple layers of puzzle. The flower of death, multiple layers of puzzle. Stinkwort shoot, multiple layers of puzzle. You'd think like one of each of these very hard to get ingredients would be required to brew the tea. Well, let's look up the tea spell one more time. Leather-bound books. Gnomic notes for gourmets. We don't want that. That's just a joke. This is also just a joke. Got to give them a good dose of liquid fertilizer. Following the detailed instructions on page 73, using a leaf, making sure the mixture is smooth and yellow. Oh! Wait, this is what we need to do. We're not brewing a tea spell. We have to cast this one. Leaf, smooth, yellow, sour. Liquid fertilizer. Leaf. We're looking for part, then appearance, then smell, then tint. Appearance is smooth. Smell, sour, tint, yellow. Yellow's where the death flower comes in. The death flower is the only yellow thing. Okay, so this is definitely now on the right track. So death flower is the yellow ingredient. Sour. Now, didn't Ingrid say something assumed? Yeah, the hairy elderberry, she assumes it smells sour. The rowan berry for smooth? And thistle flower? Or mint leaf for leaf? Okay. take mint leaf. I already have it. Okay, good. So there's my leaf. Smooth and sour. Berry elderberry. Ingrid decided it was probably sour. Maybe the fern and the stinkwort, maybe the fern and the stinkwort are for brewing the tea, but the tea comes after we revive the tea plant. Take rowan berry. So now we need to save. Let's put the first 3 ingredients in. The leaf, smooth, sour. Put mint leaf in pot. Put rowan berry in pot. Put elderberry in pot. And now for the hard part. The air plant flower that kills us. So we need to go... I assume that the mixture holds. Look green. Green slave still has the Tella lily. Yes. Okay, let's do a save. Green slave. Wait 1 and put flower in Tella lily. Now we go west. The green slave just went east to the death flower. Which means this next turn it's going to teleport it to me, so now I need to hold my breath and it's going to magically appear in my hands. And we put air flower in pot. Oh, yes! I can't believe that worked. Ingrid put the frail air flower in a black iron pot. Bubbled, boiled, magically produced a fertilizer potion. Okay. So now we can revive the tea bush. Withered tea bush. Put fertilizer. Save. How do you spell it? It's British spelling. No, Z. On tea bush. Worked like magic, which of course it was, and revived the tea bush in a matter of moments. The withered branches filled out and sent forth new shoots. Little brown buds appeared, swelling and opening in a profusion of tiny green leaves. The leaves spread and darkened, acquiring a glossy sheen, and the topmost one ripened into that picking-ready, rich brown. Look, tea leaf. Smooth brown leaf. Dark, pungent, and full of Eastern promise. Its smell conjured up the misty vision of breakfast time at Nettlefield, sitting around the kitchen table waiting for the tea to grow cold. Ingrid allowed herself a moment to wonder about how the Bottomlows were surviving without her, before getting back to the job at hand. Take tea leaf. Ingrid took the single tea leaf. Okay, so this must be my leaf. So now we still have to brew the tea. So I'm assuming this is used as the leaf, and we still need a smooth and a pungent and a brown thing? which is this'll. Why did we get the stinkwort and the fern shoots? They don't seem to do anything. The thistle flower? Melonberry? Let's see. Alright, let's brew some tea. Put tea leaf in pot. Smooth, pungent brown. It's the smooth. It's the pungent. And that's the brown. The alchemist's pot boiled and bubbled noisily and magically produced a nice cup of tea. The old alchemist tottered in, his wrinkled nose sniffing the air. My, that tea does smell good, young lady. I could do with a cup. You look like you could do with one too. Why don't you join me? Ingrid thanked him and poured the tea for them both. She sipped hers gratefully. It had been a hard day, but at least the worst was over. She finished her cup, refused the alchemist's kind offers of various marvelous potions. If you would just help an old man by picking an ingredient or two, and strode away along the road in the direction of home. What? This is so... Why? I'm missing points, but that's the end of part 2. Why do we go through the trouble of getting the stinkwort shoot from the cave and the herb shoot from the mountain if they were unused? They served no purpose. I guess that's the missing points. I guess there was something I could have done to them to get more points. How bizarre. THE. Oh, you're kidding. Checksum error. Cool. Press the key to continue. Welcome to part 3. What? Is it fine? Is it broken? Welcome to part 3. Welcome to part 3. Welcome to part 3. Welcome to part 3. Oh no! Um... I've been worried about this all along because I don't have a clean disk image for the Atari ST version. The only Atari ST version of the game I could find was on a compilation disc. I've been worried this whole time that there might have been a bad disk dump, or there could be problems in that regard, and it looks like these are the problems. Let's try it one more time and see if it just magically works. Let's do a hard reset. Perhaps it will just simply work this time. If not, well, probably gonna have to replay the whole game with a different version, which honestly would be very quick. Like, this is the sort of game, now that I know what to do, you could just rush through it very quickly. It would take maybe like half hour, an hour at most, to play through parts 1 and 2 while knowing the solutions. It's not the end of the world. It's unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. Store. Copy protection. Page 26, line 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Word 8. 1, 2, I, N. I should have done more saves. So now we're back at pot 3. This was directly before brewing the fertilizer potion. Right? Yeah, because we don't have the tea leaf yet. Fertilizer, leaf smooth, sour, yellow. Mint leaf, rowan berry, elderberry. Mint leaf, rowan berry. Don't have the elderberry. Take elderberry. I should type run to kitchen rather than southeast west, because this details all the intermediate steps. Alright, mint leaf. Oh, what was it again? Leaf smooth sour. So we do mint leaf, rowan berry, elderberry. Mint leaf in pot. Rowan berry in pot. Put elderberry in pot. Go east. Now I have to do the death flower, which is simple enough. Make sure the green slave has the blue one. It is carrying a blue lily, perfect. Save here. Green slave, wait 1, then go east. No, then put flower in lily. We go west. It waits 1 turn. Oh no, that it's now standing right there, so now we just hold breath. Put flower in pot. Fertilizer potion. Run to garden. Tea bush. Put fertilizer potion on tea bush. Tea leaf. And we also need Smooth, pungent brown. Rowanberry, mint leaf, thistle flower. Okay. I'll save before putting in the last ingredient. Put tea leaf in pot. Smooth, pungent. Put rowanberry, put mint leaf. Hard save. Pot 4. Thistle. Flower in pot. Oh my, you did it. She finished the cup, walked home. Maybe I messed up the copy protection. I've never actually failed a copy protection check. So maybe that's what caused it to crash. Page 13, line 6, word 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. No. K-N-O-W. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. No checksum error. No! It's broken. Son of a gun. Welcome to part 3 of Gnome Ranger. Welcome to part 3 of Gnome Ranger. Welcome to part 3 of Gnome Ranger. Well, I guess this means we're just gonna have to replay the game on a different version. I'm not going to give up on the game just yet. I really do want to see part 3 because part 2 was a lot of fun. I really liked that. This is unfortunate. The reason I chose the ST version in the first place was I think it has unique graphics or more graphic images in this version. Even though the graphics are negligible. And they do have some charm to them, and they are nice to see. So I guess tonight I'll get another version set up. Maybe we do DOS. Maybe we can do the Amiga version. Or maybe there's like a third-party level 9 interpreter I could use. I think Syllogism mentioned something like that. But regardless, this isn't going to work. Sadly, Ingrid gets to win. This time, Ingrid wins. Ah, oh, dude, how unfortunate. Oh well. Shut her down. Pause the timer. Thanks for watching. I guess we'll wrap it up there. I mean, I wanted to get to part 3 anyway today, so that's still a great success. We can, and like I said, it will only take at most an hour to replay parts 1 and 2. Very quickly, you can just breeze through them, especially now that I know what to do. So, we'll do that tomorrow. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, what a good stream. This game was awesome. Text adventures are so much fun. Yeah, now that we can know what to do. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the follows, the cheers, the resubs, the subs, etc. All the support.
do it again tomorrow. I have many games I want to play. Fully recharged from the holidays. I cannot wait to play more game. Oh, more game. We'll finish Gnome Ranger tomorrow. And then launch back into Drod after that. And then probably play La Mulana shortly after that. Then headlong into Xanadu. Oh, dude, so many games. Let me find something to read. I gotta go. Thanks for watching, everybody. I had a good time. Oh my goodness. Apologies. We're gonna raid the Retro Pals because they just went live. Retro Pals are awesome. Playing Nintendo DS Rhythm Heaven. Oh, it'll be a good time. Take care. Thanks for watching. Do it again tomorrow. Farewell. See you. Bye-bye.